and welcome back to Tiomila 2025 here in Finspång. Since you left us, if you were watching the first three legs of the men's relay, the sun has set. Things are looking very, very different here in this arena, and you can take a look at this beautiful drone shot at the running track where all of our runners are warming up. We've got this football pitch, a lot of footballs being kicked around there earlier, and more people then gathering up on the hillside to watch the start of the women's relay. This is where it starts to get interesting in the night, the proper heart of the Tiomila relays. And yeah, I absolutely can't wait to get this underway. So Jonas, we're going to have two legs of the women's relay before we then switch back to the men's.
Yeah, and as you said, it's now we really get the Tiomila feeling, and it's a good thing that we get that in the women's relay as well, because until last year we didn't have the women's running the night legs. Now we have it, and well, I don't see anything negative with having them running out into the night as well, because it's kind of a part of Tiomila, isn't it?
It is a really big part of Tiomila. There's only 2 of these 6 legs that are run in the night, but it's still a very, very important part. And we have nearly 300 teams lining up here today who will head all out into the forest together. We'll have a 7.7 kilometers, then a 6.6 kilometer leg in the darkness here. And there is kind of still some light in the sky, but it's quite cloudy, to be honest, and that's just brought the light levels down a little bit. And definitely by the time you get into the forest, by the time you get the first couple of Ks underway, it will be properly dark in the forest. And of course,
it is already properly dark in the forest.
Dark in the forest, yeah. Look at all those head torches getting ready to go. Again, lots of warming up happening out on the track there. So we'll do those 2 legs, then we will pause and wait until the sun comes back up again before we get the women's underway. Those are the kind of statistics, as you can call them. Certainly the men's relay was running quicker than the estimated times there. So I take a couple of minutes at least off each leg, although
it's
the women's is a bit different.
To predict the night legs as well. It can be that they underestimated the speed for the day legs, but they are accurate on the night legs. We don't know. Yeah,
that's true. And of course, you're going to have different route choice factoring in based on the nights as well.
I guess that they actually looked up the pace they had 15 years ago for Tiomila in order to calculate it for here. And of course, they didn't have night legs for the women, so it will be very much more difficult to predict those first 2 legs.
So as you can see, we've got the kind of lines on the floor marking each group of 10, and they will go and stand by their number, get the map, they'll remove the lines, and then nearly 300 teams heading off all together out there into the terrain. The defending champions are Stora Tuna, but possibly not the big favourites this year. Jonas, who are we going to be looking out for?
No, I mean, to be honest, they should not have been the winners last year either. There were so many mistakes on the last legs, and they had a good run there. Tove Alexandersson was starting out quite far behind, actually, and managed to get back. I don't know if that will happen again. Also, this time where you can put it's different compared to last year, because the long day is so much longer compared to last year. It's also so much longer compared to the last leg. So I think this, of course, those 2 night legs will be very decisive. A few teams will kind of disappear out of the competition here, but then it will be the long day that's going to make a difference, because a few of the teams have really world-class runners on there. It's unforked, so you can join a group and try to get with them, but when you really have the world-class runners running this long night, it's so hard for runners just outside the national teams to follow. So this will be very decisive. And if you just look on paper and compare Stora Tuna's team with some of the other favorites team, like IFK Göteborg's first or second team, or Halden, then think it will be very difficult, but it's orienteering. Everything can happen. We've seen that last year.
Yep, so here is Rebecca Heinrup from Stora Tuna, an addition to the team compared to last year. And watch out that she's in kind of their night kit, almost in the dark kit there. Victoria Hested Bjornstad, Norwegian international, will head out for IFK Göteborg.
Interesting. She hasn't been competing that much this spring, so it will be interesting to see her here. She has to be in good shape because they have such a strong second team as well. There's no need to take her into the first team if not needed. This is Minna Wingstedt for Halden.
Yeah, a young Norwegian runner grown up in the club, which is now a very international club, and they've got strong runners in Megan Mitchell and Natalia Gempeler on the last leg as well. Really, really quality group there. Göteborg Minor, they've got a fantastic team there. Hanna Wisniewska from Igtisa. I mean, they were leading the relay, weren't they, for quite a while last year?
I think we'll come back to their team again. They have a good team, but I would have selected it differently, to be honest. But we will get back to that again.
Alice Eid from Netherlands will lead them off.
Interesting team as well for Nydalen. Quite a mixture between very young and...
You were going to say very old.
And very experienced
runners. There we go. And the Hilo there will start off for Esbjørn Sunter. And there you can see we have the second team from IFK Göteborg, IFK Gothenburg. Erika Kjellvik Löfven will begin the campaign for them. And I think even though they're a second team, they'll be looking for a top 10 result.
I mean, only the fact that you have... I think it was Johanna Kjellvik Löfven coming 5th in night Swedish championships last year, and she's not selected for the first team. So only that fact shows you how good they are.
Yeah, absolutely. Lotta Kahola will take the first leg for Tamperin Perinto. And that is the top 10. That is the first line here. You can see the head torches being lit there. We know that this relay is very, very shortly underway. As you can see, 2 minutes left on the clock.
I would say that apart from those 10 teams, we have a few other teams that are interesting to name, especially Kalvan Rasti, a very strong team. Didn't go so well for them.
In that team.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't go so well for them last year, but they have Marika Taini on the long day, for example, a very good runner, world-class runner on this long leg. They will start with Vera Laksovita. Will be interesting to follow them. Then Sunta Jyväskylä is a team we could name as well. They will start with Pila Häkkinen. They're a bit stronger when it comes towards the end then.
Yeah, they've got Teresa Yanashikova, or Teresa Rotoria as she is now, on, I think, the third leg.
And then they got Isia Bassi from IFK Göteborg, changed to their team.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Yeah, so lots of good quality, in that top 10 and just outside it, likes of Kalvan Rasti wanting to maybe put up a slightly better performance than they have had on other years. So about a minute left to go. They've all got their maps in their hand and they will run out from
tyngd av
this
allvar är
arena.
svår att förstå sig på, kan spänningen i skogen ge mening, fart och mål. En gemensam utmaning skänker glädje och hopp. Tillsammans når vi nya höjder när prestationen är på topp.
So that is the message of the Tiomila relay. A bit of poetry about running in the forest and when things are lost, you can have some freedom in the forest.
Yeah, give some perspective maybe for tough times. Get some motivation out in the forest by competing and experiencing sports together. It's very, very bright here.
Yeah, it's almost blinding there as the athletes now with 10 seconds to go.
You can see they put on the heartbeat on the base outside.
Yeah, it really just adds to the drama of everything. Okay, there they are. They are off there. Nearly 300 teams out of the arena and into the forest, trying to get a good start, not losing any positions there. And you can see actually at the start of that group, they are really, really closely packed. A little bit later on, you have a bit more space, but really, really picking up the pace then for all of these. And this is what we love to see at Tiomila. All of these head torches coming out.
Give it another minute when we see the picture from above when they are in the forest.
This is my favorite bit. Look, they're all
but when they're splitting up to the first forking and you see the different tails going different directions from above in the forest, that's the best.
This is the joy, and this whole area is just lit up here with all of these head torches, all of these women. There's a big crowd on the hill, as you can see on the left there, all looking over, some with their head torches, taking their videos of this race. And it's absolutely blinding out there. Some of these very, very powerful head torches and these very high quality athletes straight into the front, straight out and straight into the terrain. So we will watch them from above with our drone footage. It offers us such a fantastic perspective over this arena, over the forest, over this run out as well. And actually, I think it's quite a short way compared to some of the relays we've seen out towards the start point. It's quite, especially for those who will be doing the changeover later.
Kind of continues a little bit. I mean, you still, we have seen that in the men's relay. There was only one team going straight from the starting point, and it wasn't worth it. NTN, they lost a little bit of time there.
Okay, so here we go. They split up, different routes then out here towards the first control. It looks like most runners going straight on. Oh, some people making a late change of decision there, just lighting up this whole forest. And we can see, most of the runners going straight on, most of the athletes going straight on, others going towards the right. And I think in the picture we've got Igtisa, we've got Södertälje, Nick Brown, we've got Halden, we've got Ifko Göteborg.
And Helsingin Sunistajat and Göteborg.
So big teams up here at the start, and it does offer you a little bit of an idea as to what obviously the athletes can see, what it is exactly like there out in the forest. Pankrikhanstad as well.
Actually quite interesting. I mean, most of the runners here on the same route if you look from above, but if you look at the GPS devices and just see the top teams from last year, it's actually equally split to the left and to the right.
Yeah, so there is a choice, but there's these quite large tracks here at this first section of the competition. You can see some taking off the left here, some staying on the track. And we'll follow the group that has gone left there, going into the forest, as they make their way past the hills. And it just suddenly gets a little bit darker, but you can see then those different groups as they snake their way through the forest, lighting up the terrain and forming like branches of a tree out from the start point. And it doesn't matter that we can't identify any of these people from this drone shot. It just looks pretty amazing with nearly 4 minutes of running at the moment. And now you get a sense of what it's like being in one of those kind of bigger groups, and then also just seeing people off to the left and to the right, and you really want to try and hang on here and not lose track of other people. As you can see, this is the difference in those routes then, going right versus kind of going straight on or going left.
This is actually both of the options here we can see is, well, it's the left option from what we have seen right from the start. So there's a third group, a bit more to the right.
Yeah, so this group on the left, then this group on the right, kind of almost a middle group, and then others further along.
If the drone would just go, you can see them there a little bit to the right. A few of the lights, maybe one or two.
You can see there's some of these semi-open areas that they're crossing. Get a little bit more, slightly more visibility, but I mean, it's pretty much, it's nearly pitch black in there. And so our first TV control will be at 2.8 kilometers. Sorry, no, it won't. 2.7 kilometers. I'm looking at the men's scores. And we'll try and catch up with our with all the top teams coming through that point.
And we're probably going to recognize that one because it's the same as we had in the men's relay.
Everything's harder to see though.
Yeah.
In here. When you just have these
So now you
pictures
can
from
see
the forest.
the 3 different options here in the picture very nicely. Most up the group that went to the right from the start, and then those 2 different options in the middle.
Yeah, you can almost see that that group in the middle are just a little bit more strung out. Whereas the group on the left, maybe a few more runners on that group, I think. Just, you can see the difference in the trails. And so they will eventually
Find the control.
find a control. I was going to say, like, group back up again, but we will see. And now you look on that right-hand side where people kind of lost that group. They've lost that kind of like magic highway of lights. It'll be much harder now to stay in touch, of course. Now you can see further away some of the lakes around here as the athletes disappear into the distance, and then we will be seeing a lot of pictures like this until the sun rises and we catch them back again. But I think we can turn our drone shot around and probably
There are
see
a
the arena
few
very
lamps
soon.
here in positions where they absolutely shouldn't be.
Yes.
You can see that already. It's something like when you're on the first leg and you're all on your own, you should take another look on the map maybe.
Has anybody had any trouble so far on of our top
No,
teams?
not
Do
as
we have
far
our
as I
top
can see. We have different runners
25 teams tracked
in
but
different groups. Looks good for Göteborg-Majorna. And I think it's IFK Göteborg in the lead in the other group. But no problems yet. Maybe a few teams here, they followed the wrong group. They should have been in a different one. So I would, for example, say that Sunta Jyväskylä and Pan Kristianstad, it's fair to say that they're not going to be the first one at the control, but they won't lose a decisive amount of time. The same probably for NTNUI. But it's only those 3 teams I can see here, which are gonna lose about 30 seconds maybe.
So here's a control. We are behind one of the Järla teams. That's her as well. I would say we're reasonably far back in the pack at this point.
We are about a minute behind the leaders. Quite exactly a minute, actually. But yeah, it's again hard to say. We have to wait until the first TV control in order to be able to say who's in the lead.
Absolutely. So you can see dropping down this slope here, and then ahead a big long trail of runners picking their way through the water here, and then back up again. Oh, you can hear that water, can't you? It's actually pretty dry in the forest generally, apart from a few spots like that.
Yeah, I mean, it has been quite dry in Sweden for the last almost month. Quite special. Usually it's raining all the time throughout the winter and spring, but it was quite nice last weeks. And of course you feel that in the marshes past them. It's wet, but it's doable.
Yeah.
The problem often isn't that it's wet and that you get stuck, but usually the vegetation in the marshes is slowing you down and takes a bit of extra energy. I think it's more about that than than making you slower because it's too wet.
There's a very choice of orienteering bottoms there to wear pajamas.
Do you see which team it is?
No, I can't tell.
It's that kind of trousers. You go into the shop and they think it looks good when you're in there, and then you get out and it's like, oh, was it a good choice really? It was fun at that moment when you bought them.
I think it's a great look. I think you just got to own it
Yeah, of course.
and then and
But
enjoy the moment.
it's not the choice you decide for your club. I don't think this is a club.
No, it's definitely
because it's not the
club
thing you
craft.
decide for the club and everyone feels comfortable with.
No, it's not like Jutta Miner's zebra trousers, which are a look and are great. But then they're good because they all wear them. Pretty much everybody wears.
Yeah, in the women's team, yeah.
Yeah. And it works with the club colours as well.
And it's very good for us because it's very easy to spot them.
It is. Maybe this was the motivation to be spotted on the TV broadcast.
I can't imagine that it was like, because when they decided to have them, it was before the
No,
TV
I mean
time
the
of the
pyjama trousers.
the
pink
pyjama
ones.
trousers, yeah.
When did the?
I mean, we have been talking about the trousers now for a while, so it definitely has an effect on us.
When did the zebra trousers come in?
Before my time in the club, for sure, I would say
So
it was about the time when there were two clubs getting together, and I think it has been a thing. I don't know if the trousers have been from the beginning, but the shirt definitely they had this sleeves. With
How
the
many years was that then? Do you think?
I would say it's about 30 years ago, 35.
Nice.
There was some anniversary, so you should definitely remember it. But honestly, I don't. I think it was in the 90s.
Well, this is the start, a fantastic moment with all of those head torches just coming towards you, blinding the screen. It's such a iconic moment from the start of these relays.
And I can tell you, in about 2 or 3 minutes, we will have them at the TV control, and they will be together. The groups, they will get together exactly at the same time to this control just before the TV control.
Yeah, those two groups have been separate for a fair while and then suddenly back together again. Okay, so we will be at this TV control now and we're looking for some lights. Here they come.
We see the lights, and I can tell you we have a few teams that are a little bit behind. It's Paimien Rasti, NTNUI, Nydalen, Suntoy, Väskelen, Kåre, and they are about a minute behind the leaders.
Okay.
Otherwise, we have most of the favorite teams should be approaching here, of course, joined by many teams that haven't any GPS device on them.
Well, this is a control that you can just about see in this corner here. There are all the athletes and they're on their way.
And we probably have to read them because it's hard to spot them here, and I don't know if the graphics is able to keep up the speed the runners have when they are passing.
No, luckily we've got a very, very good radio control system, so it actually sometimes comes up on our system before we see them in the picture as well.
According to GPS, we're waiting for Göteborg-Majerna, Eksjö, Lidingö, Stora Tuna, IFK Göteborg, and Kalevander Rasti.
There's somebody over to the left here who is slightly offline. I don't know who's going to get there first.
That's IFK to the left. Here is Göteborg-Majerna, IFK Göteborg, third team, Lidingö, Ravinen, IFK Göteborg, first team, Eksjö, Stora Tuna, Laden Sunistajat, Kalevander Rasti, IFK Mora, Malungs OK, Skogsmårdarna Västervik, Helsingin Sunistajat, Nydalen, Rasti Karut, Espan Sunta, Tamperen Pyritus, Nättringe, Iktisa Halden second team, IFK Göteborg second team, Orion, Rasti Jussi, Södertälje Nykvarn third team, Linje first team, Prag, Kalevander Rasti second team, Södertälje Nykvarn, Helsingborgs SOK, and Tor. Those were the top 30, and then following the top teams we had Parma on 31st, then
Halden is 39th.
Yeah,
Their
exactly.
first team
Mina
in
Wingstedt,
Wingstedt.
half a minute behind. That's not a catastrophe.
Yes.
Waiting for Nydalen, I think. NTNUE punched right here, 64th position.
Yeah, so we
1
are the
minute
graphics
behind.
on the screen a little bit behind now because so many athletes come through.
I think we had Nydalen, actually.
Sinti Veskila, we just saw them
Yeah.
through number 18, Anna Kokora as well.
123 behind.
So
Korenen, it's going to be interesting because Hanna Lundberg is going to run the long day. So if they're within 3 to 5 minutes, I think there are many teams that will get a bit of help to maybe get back into the competition then.
this is interesting because she's always run the first leg. I've always known her run the first leg, so a little bit of a different team setup, of course, for Elena this time. Maybe showing confidence in some of the other members of the team.
Jaime and Rusty we had there as well. Now I think we had all of the teams with GPS, so all of the top teams from last year at this control.
Yep. So no big casualties yet. Halden half a minute down, but
Yeah.
as you said, not a catastrophe at all.
NTNUE, Nydalen, maybe the teams. Soon to Veskila is about 1.5 minutes down as well. Halden is quite. They are in the group. They're just in the end of the group, but Nydalen, NTNUE, Sunto, Jyväskylä, and Kåre, they are a bit behind, and Time and Rusty as well.
But relentless here, this train, as you said, those groups split up into 2 and then into 3 groups and absolutely back again. There doesn't seem to be any time won or lost with those different groups, and then now back together. So it's almost like all even again.
IFK Göteborg's 5th team was there, 3 minutes behind.
That's impressive.
That's a
stuff.
solid 5th team.
A solid 5th team. That's incredible.
You can mention that.
NTNUE have 6 teams though.
Yeah,
they have
their
6
4th team
teams.
was there as well, and Ukolinea's 4th team. They were almost in the same group.
Amazing. There was NTNUE have a big a tent set up, lots and lots of small tents in their setup, and they were doing some interesting haircuts. I was noticing as I passed by their tents just recently, and some
Interesting. In the same sentence as haircut is not a good thing.
there was some very short haircuts and some dyeing of the NTNUE colours. So it was, yeah, they'll make for some great photos. Someone just needs to bring them out when they get embarrassed later. So
Now I think that we have actually a few teams looking at the GPS here, struggling a bit, maybe.
yeah, we'll have to catch up on them. We're now 5 minutes behind.
I think Stora Tuna has a few problems there. Let me see here. Halden. Maybe it's just the GPS not very accurate. That could be a case as well. But I'm not sure if they got the no, they haven't got the control. So Kalevan Rasti, Stora Tuna, Halden, Västervik, Nydalen, Helsingin, Stormstajat, NTNUE, MS Parma. They all struggle a bit with their control. Now especially Nydalen, and yeah, we have twice Nydalen in here. Don't know if that's correct, but Kalevan Rasti is still struggling. Helsingin, Stormstajat, second team, IFK Göteborg, Halden, Stora Tuna, Västervik, NTNUE, MS Parma still didn't get the control. The others have been there a minute ago. So they're
Ouch.
dropping behind now. It's a big group.
Södertälje as well. Tricky times. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you some of that.
We will see that in the second leg.
Yeah.
There's an explanation for it.
Yeah, you can probably guess. But we might see it on the
I mean, it's
on a
very-
GPS without any map.
Yeah, probably. So then let's see and wait for that.
So as we look away then from the first TV splits, I think lots of people will choose to stay for these couple of legs of the women's relay. Then maybe
Then go to sleep just
go to
before the
sleep
long night.
Just before the long night. We hope you won't join them. And always kind of people there with their sleeping bags as well, getting their camping spots out, maybe trying to do a whole night as well, especially some of our youth runners.
Can tell you that Iktisa struggles a bit with their control. And Pan Kristianstad dropped quite far behind. MS Palma still struggling with the control before. So we have this group with Sunte Jyväskylä, Paimen Rastik, Tisa, Nydalen, IFK Göteborg second team, Störa Tuna, Halden, Västervik, NTNUI, Helsingin, Sunistajat, Kalvan Rasti, and Kåre, Södertälje. There are quite many teams there dropped behind due to a mistake then, not... yeah, there was nothing else being a factor.
No, it's definitely a mistake. What could be a very decisive mistake.
So here now we're waiting at the next TV control, 4.9 kilometers into this first leg of the women's relay.
Yeah, this first leg, 7.7 kilometers.
You can also see that the group approaching this control, splitting up a little bit. GMOK, Göteborg Majorna, going differently than the others.
Oh, here they are. We have lights in the distance. We can watch as they come through. We'll do our best to catch the runners. They're closing in on the control. But this is an area with lower visibility as well, but we do have this control lit up. There they are on the left-hand side, so just slightly off, but I think we can see the lights now being shone on the control itself. Here we go, someone's coming through, someone spotted it. Who is this first? Yeah. Okay, HP, Ekwa, then IFK Gothenburg won. Then here are some of the runners who were, I think, just slightly overshot that control, slightly to that kind of far left. Temping put into their Prague won, Halden. This is their second team, Västervik second team, Espensunta. Then Linné and Tempering Printer and Ravina now. Ludinger.
I can tell you that Majorna is doing a big mistake right now. We won't see them for a while, I guess, because it will be really hard for her to relocate. Line Cederberg doing a parallel mistake.
Oh, and now there's an absolute mob here. I can see Halden in there. And this is 3.7K. Got Links, Nydalen. There's Sunte Jyväskylä as well. And it's an absolute mob through these these younger trees into this point.
And actually, Göteborg Majorna soon at the next control, meeting up with all the teams that got this control.
Then you've got to run against the flow.
Yeah,
lights.
if she noticed that she is jumping over a control. Because, of course,
I do think we might have to watch out for some disqualifications here.
But I think, I mean, the number is printed just beside the control number on the map. If she's running, it might save her.
There's no excuse but still, you never know.
She punched it and she's following the others. She's definitely jumping over a control here. Göteborg Majorna. So tough luck for Göteborg Majorna. I think they're going to be out of the competition here. Not been at the 7th control. And now following the leading group out of control 8.
That is gutting, like to be out before you even started.
Well, it started.
Well, I mean, pretty much, like one of the earliest opportunities. Very tough.
Now she noticed, actually.
Oh.
Now she's turning.
No way. Oh, she will lose so much time.
I think she noticed when she was running out of it that the direction is wrong, and then that it can't be that control.
Yeah.
But she will lose a lot of time. It's at least a minute back to control 7, then a minute back to 8 again.
And so many places, and you look here, we've got 124 teams all the way already
actually,
through.
the same quarter has to, or they're turning as well from 8. And then we're still waiting for MS Parma. They haven't been there. They're struggling at the control before, so control 6 still. And I mean, we are talking about those teams there for such a long time because all the other top teams basically lined up in that big group in the lead. So it's really the thing that happens right now is Majorna struggling. Quarter.
Yes, they both overshot that 7th control. They just missed it completely. So Cora has been there. We can look up for Gimoko. GMOK will be the black and white strip.
Here she is.
There she is.
4 minutes. Is it maybe more,
Yeah,
because
4.
the graphics is
4 and a bit.
Yeah.
There you go. 4:03. Ouch. But there's a few other people who've come in from that direction now, so I think there might be more people in that group who weren't tracked, who made the same mistake, I think. And then it goes dark behind them, so just about in a train, but only just then.
So here you can see it. Actually, I think she got out on a path here, and then she thinks that she didn't know where she got to the path, and then she did a parallel mistake from about halfway on this line. She did northwards, and then followed. She actually did a good job from there, but she was not at the place she thought she was, and then followed back. And then she noticed the other runners punching the control, followed them out to the next control. After a while, she noticed that the direction isn't correct and that she's not running towards control 8, but control 9. And then she had to go back first to 8 in order to be sure where she is, and then back. This is what I've been talking about before. Kristianstad and MS Parma not got to their control at this point, and I mean, it's quite a lot of time, quite a big time loss. You can see MS Parma still hasn't got the control. Have to go back again, and MS Parma, we actually haven't had them at the TV control at control 7 yet.
Yeah, and that's it. You can't.
And now
to try and make anything
you
back
can
from
really
that
see
is
on
so
the GPS
hard.
that she is not having any self-confidence anymore, because she's struggling now again.
And you can see that as well, actually, in the in the pictures that everyone's gone through. It's gone black. It's that's it. That's it. So these are the leading teams then through at that 3.7 kilometer mark. The next one we should get is 4.9K. And we can see those lower numbers of those teams who were in that basically corresponds to their position from last year. So Halden, they're down in 30th place. Netherlands as well, down in 39th. So tough start for those runners, as well as Stortuna losing some time. And now we get some of the, like you can see the 4th teams in that top 50. But it's such a tricky job, and this is kind of what I was saying about this is where it gets exciting, is because this is when, you know, lots and stuff can happen, and we've already seen like way more mistakes in this leg than we've seen on any of the men's legs.
I can tell you, MS Palmer is in big trouble. Anna Karlova, she's totally out of confidence now. But we're back here with a bit of GPS.
Yep, heading to the track, as you can see, then back into the forest.
It's classic night orienteering tactics. I mean, it's not a bad thing.
And then next one as well. The group, yeah, all behaving as one pretty much here. So the group that lost time at 5, have they caught back up to the pack now?
Yeah, there is basically one big. Yeah, it's about 30
some
seconds.
Some of them have, some of them haven't, I think. Because Dorotina
I think Kalevan Rasti was, and Tenui was doing the mistakes.
Halden was doing the mistake as well.
So they are in the leading edge. But there is a small gap down to Nydalen, Paimien Rasti, Sunta Jyväskylä, Södertälje, Kristianstad, Tisa, Rasti Karut. And then there's another gap down to Gemuko and Kåre, but I actually think that it's not 4 minutes anymore for Gemuko and Kåre.
No, they're working hard to
yeah,
catch
it's
that
about,
up, I think.
I would say it's about 2 minutes, 2.5 maybe.
Wow,
yeah.
That's very good. Maybe that's the
But I mean, you could see that
I think, by the leaders.
Was running very actively. It's easier to get back and work if you have been working before actively. If you just follow it and then you have to do you have to start to do the night orienteering bit, then it's much more difficult. But we will get the time at control 11 where we are waiting now, and we see teams coming there. Try to be quick reading down the names again.
Yeah, they're on their way. You see the control lit up
waiting
here.
For IFK Göteborg, Nydalen and Esponsunta, I think. So here we have Esponsunta, IFK Göteborg, Nydalen, IFK Göteborg third team, Västervik, Bra, Halden SK second team, Tampere Pyrinto, Eksjö, NTNUI, IFK Göteborg second team, Lidingö, IKHP, Stora Tuna, Ravinen, Malungs OK, Farum Tisvilde, IF Tor, Halden, now only 24 seconds behind, Linné second team, Helsingin Sunistajat, Tulinge, Västervik second team, Rasti Jussit, Kalevan Rasti, IFK Mora, Helsingborg, Järla, Fredrikstad, Göingarna, Laden Sunistajat, those the top 30. Let's see if we have any other top team there. We have Sarina Kibbutz for All Norska, interesting name. Tyrving, 45th. Sunta Jyväskylä, 47 seconds behind in 50th position. Göteborg minus second team. It's not the first team.
Yeah, I mean, but you can see all these runners coming through. It is a constant train here. We've had no gaps whatsoever at this 5K point. They are all.
And I mean,
there are no gaps at all.
Basically, we have had all the top teams beside GMUK, Kåre, and MS Parma. And MS Parma actually hasn't been at the TV control before yet.
But does she look like she's got a bit more control over the situation now?
At least she's on the way to the right control again.
Yeah, that's good.
But interesting now to see how big the gap to Kåre and Gemuko is, because it was about 4 minutes before, 4:03.
Yeah, it was.
I think it's less, but it's gonna be another 40 seconds until we see them coming here, I guess.
Yeah, they could be in this group here approaching the control.
Yeah, but maybe not in top of the group.
Following Okeline, and we're following Halden as well. Couldn't tell if that was the first or the second team. I think that was the second team, Joe Shepherd, because running alongside Lotta Kohola from Tampere Perinto.
There we have Line Cederberg.
Yep, in the zebra.
It's 2:46, so she's quite much faster here, just
great.
on 2,
Yeah.
3 controls.
Absolutely, working her way up through the field, but then there's a little bit of a gap now to catch up
Kåre
to the
as
back
well.
of the next group.
They're just behind, not far behind GMUK. So then we had the GPS team, beside MS Parma, but now MS Parma is doing exactly the same thing as GMUK was doing to the 7th control, so tough day at work.
Tough day. Yeah, that's one that she's going to be very glad to just get to the end of this course, I think. So 3 minutes down, 3.5 minutes down. We've got 150 teams nearly. Very good stuff with all these teams together here.
And actually now we have to the next control. We have basically one big group together, but there are 2 teams going a different route choice, UK Pan Kristianstad and Iktisa.
Group that we're following, you can see them dropping down, going back into the forest. And we're about to have another group approaching this third TV control. So 38 minutes of running now for these women. I'm just thinking about when the leaders, Espen Sinter, came through this control, Hanna Hilo. She almost like stopped and looked behind. She really didn't want to be in the lead at that point. You could kind of feel she was almost waiting for somebody else to take over, but actually,
I think
nobody really wanted to either.
It's a long leg coming just after the TV control, so I think she didn't want to be alone on her choice, which never would happen because she is the one in the lead. She's gonna more or less decide where the others go. Interesting now, behind, Kåre and GMUK split it up. Different route choices. GMUK on a route choice we haven't seen before.
So again, behind Linné, this is I think the
Navigational.
Yep, there. In the first team for Halden, but the second team are ahead at the moment with Joe Shepherd on the first leg for that team. Just climbing up through the crags now. Again, another great job from our camera runners. It's one thing trying to keep up with this lot in the light, and again another thing in the dark.
That picture illustrates quite well how it sometimes feels to be running night orienteering. Sometimes it just don't see that much, and then it's like you don't really know how you get forward in the terrain.
No. It's such a specialist thing to do. You really have to have like the right skills in terms of using your compass and like planning the control in the right way that's going to work for the night. I mean, I'm so beyond terrible at night orienteering, just how these athletes are making their way through this terrain and in this this pace and being able to find all these controls. I mean, I would be like well behind MS Palmer at this point, trying to struggle around here because my technique is so visual. So when you strip out all of that information, I just don't understand how they're able to do it. It's incredible. But I think, is this someone going to one of the wrong forkings, maybe?
At least hesitating at the
Yeah.
control.
You can tell, maybe having to
Yeah, no,
relocate.
it's gonna be interesting now. So HP did a small mistake to their control. Otherwise, I can't really see any bigger struggles yet. Can tell you that Iktisa actually didn't lose a lot of time here on the route choice. Quite far up in the group, let's say about 20 seconds behind the leader.
Few more athletes in the terrain, just standing still there, going back. When you see someone else do that, it just makes you question. Okay, so we can see that the team's almost kind of converging here.
There you can see Iktisa not too far down or still around many other top teams. They were on a totally different route than all of the other teams here.
Calvin Rasty stopped.
Pan Kristianstad was actually on a similar route compared to Iktisa. Those were the only two teams of this group here that went differently.
So it looks like Victoria Hester Bjornstedt out in the lead then for AFK Gothenburg. Gone ahead of Espen Sunter. This is, I think,
Sunter
Steve
Jyväskylä.
Jyväskylä. Some very good runners still to come there. We've got some photographers also out in the terrain. You can see at that point, at this control, as we watch the athletes drop down and punch it. Again, you can see just some of these athletes fighting to overtake runners in the terrain here. Again, as you said before, it's just a little bit of energy every single time. You've got to try and step off the ideal route and put in that energy to try and overtake somebody. Oh, great, we can just be in that trail. Okay, we have another control here. So 6.6 kilometer mark. We are just over a kilometer from the end of this course. And we'll be able to catch them very soon.
It's about another 20-25 seconds, I guess, until we'll see them, or at least until we'll see them close to the control.
You can hear the wind, I think, whistling
Yeah,
through the
you can
terrain
see how
here.
it lights up there.
Yeah.
But you don't really see the lamps, really.
No, but you can...
The thing is that we are on an open field here,
Yeah.
just under the power line, so you see quite far from here. But of course, there are a few trees in the way. And you can start to hear some of the branches.
Oh, here we go. Now some people approaching. Yep, approaching very, very shortly.
Now actually IFK Göteborg has problems at the control. There are quite many teams struggling at the control before. We'll come back to that. Because here we have the leaders.
Yes, who is it going to be then first at this 6.6k mark on this first leg of the women's race?
Sunta, Halden, second
And
team.
Kilo
IFK
still.
Göteborg's third team. Västervik, Praha, Eksjö, NTNUI.
First team.
Helsingin Sunistajat, Stora Tuna. Good start here for Stora Tuna. Rebecca Heinrup, OK Linné. Malungs OK. Linné second team. Västervik second team. Halden, IFK Mora. So Halden 25 seconds behind, and here we have a small gap. And as I said before, there were a few teams that struggled. They will come soon.
Here we have maybe some of them. Tampere Printer.
Iktisa, Rastiussi, Lahten Sunistajat, Helsingborg, Tampere Printer second team, Nydalen, Norska, Göingarna, Lidingö, IFK Göteborg second team, Järla, Nydalen second team, Ravinen, Tullinge, Farum Tisvilde, Hercules, Göteborg, IFK Göteborg, here we have them, 1 minute 7 seconds behind. Angel Niemenankri, Suntoi, Veskila, Rastikarut, Snetringe, Rianan. Good start for Rianan. Paimien Rasti, Kangasala, Kalevander Rasti, Vera Laksovita, 23 behind. Then Sandefjord, Suntoi, Veskila, second team, Pan Kristianstad, Södertälje, Halden, third team, MS Parma, Tyrving.
So
Parma's second team it was.
really lost then out with that mistake? It was
like the teams that actually were in the second half here, most of them, IFK Göteborg, Sunto Jyväskylä, Paimien Rasti, I think IKHP, Kalevan Rasti, they were overshooting the control a little bit. So now we have Nydalen here as well to the control, and actually now the teams are waiting for GMUK and Kåre. Should be there in about a minute maybe. So lost a little bit of time again. But of course they lost time compared to the top team, but now we have like 2 groups, so it's their hope will be that they will be able to get back in one of the top groups again with really top teams.
So now more than 80 teams through at this point within 3 minutes. I think it kind of shows maybe, I wonder if it shows the pace hasn't been super high. I think the people at the start have been trying to be safe with their orienteering, which to be honest is what you have to do.
Yeah,
on the
of course.
first
And
leg.
every now and then we have seen mistakes also from the top teams. A few of them have been very big. I mean, GMUK's mistake was very big, and still they're not that far behind. Actually, they're struggling a bit now again at the control. We have seen many of the teams struggling. So they might be back on those 4 minutes. Here you can see it. They followed in the slope too far. Then have to turn back again. See it, IFK Göteborg. Looking too far ahead. Yeah. And it exactly the same happened to Göteborg Majorna now. A bit further down, there were other teams with that struggle in between.
Yeah, so we catch them again on the drone shot as they're making their way towards the arena.
Yeah, and quite soon we'll have them at the pre-warning as well.
Yep. See, they're all kind of honing in on the same section.
So now we have 4 minutes and 10 seconds. We had Bredaryd, Växjö, 92 teams. I think we're gonna see Majona and Kåre very soon at that control. So now we have them there, 45 behind, both of the teams together.
Yeah, so we can show you this little bit of GPS tracking.
Some
then,
hesitation
so
there
together.
into control 16. Allowed, for example, IFK Göteborg to get back. This one is a very easy one. You can just follow the power line.
Yeah,
there you can see Göteborg Majorna getting into the picture.
And then they'll be dropping down then back into this arena. See, they can run along the power line, dropping down from the power line now.
Pre-warning, Esponsunta Västervik, Halden second team, IFK Göteborg third team, Praha, Helsingin, Sunistajat, Okolini second team and first team, Halden, Stora Tuna, Malungs OK, Västervik second team, NTNUI, IFK Mora, Eksjö, Tampere, Pyrinten, Nydalen, Lahten, Sunistajat, Göingarna, IFK Göteborg. The gap there, 20 seconds.
Yes, she's worked really hard to get back up there.
Sarina Kiburts, 26 seconds behind only. Farum Tisvilde, IFK Lidingö, Iktisa, Järla, IFK Göteborg second team, Rastius, Tampere second team, Ravinen, Tullinge. Basically all the top teams within this bigger group. Nydalen dropped a little bit behind. Let's say they're about 25 seconds behind IKHP.
So now back in the arena then, and nobody's really managed to make a big break for it this time compared to the men's relay. A steady stream of athletes then coming through towards the finish now. And then with the lights towards us, we're going to struggle to make out the figures, but is it Esponsunta leading?
Yes, it is.
There she is coming over the field. And they're on their way towards the finish. Lots of noise here in the arena, and actually we can look out of our commentary box. There's a big line of people coming down the hill. It's really quite exciting to see all those lights in person as well. But the first athletes then through, approaching this last control, you can see lit up here in the green and the red, and they are running through here, trying to chase, trying to put their athletes off into the best possible spots. But looks like it is Esponsunta who will come back in the lead here. There's the blue figure there. We've got Halden, IFK as well. There's another team in there that I missed as well. And about to change over now. Great work. Hey, celebrations there for Hanhilo, who is going to come back in the lead then for Esponsunta punches the finish. There she is, second place team, Praha, Katarina Stepova. Then IFK Göteborg, that's the third team. Halden, it's the second team with Joe Shepherd there. Västerviks, Tuva Östengård is into fifth place. Then sixth place, Helsingin Sunistajat, seventh place, Malungs.
Then Okolini's second team and the first team, Vilma Blenov and Annik Meister together, IFK Göteborg. 24 seconds behind, NTNUI, Halden, Nydalen, Eksjö, Västervik second team, Mora, Stora Tuna. 31 seconds behind, good start there for Rebecca Heinerup, Göingarna, Tampere, Pyrinten, Lahden, Sunistajat, Helsingborg, norska Farum Tisvilde, IFK Lidingö, Iktisa, Järla, IFK Göteborg second team, Rasti Jussi, Tampere, Pyrinten second team, and Kalevan Rasti. Those are the teams that made it under a minute behind. Then we have Ravinen, Rasti, Karhut, Snättringe, Tullinge, Angel, Niemen, Ankeri, Nydalens second team, Kristianstad, Södertälje, Sunto Yväskylä, Hercules.
And no gaps then in the trail of runners, but this was an eventful leg. Lots of teams making mistakes early on. Halden, Storatuna, Nidalens, Vestovic, Skelevan, Rasti, Kora. Obviously, a lot of them have caught back up. Igtisa also making a big mistake. Gothenburg Mayana making a big mistake, having to basically missing out control, having to go back. Again, AFK Gothenburg also missing towards the end alongside Tampere Printer and Nederland. But still, no gaps in this trail of runners. It is so exciting just to have a big kind of highway of runners coming through the finish here with Espen Sunter leading the way. And there is the point of exchange. Quite a short run out then for those runners to go towards the start point. Amazing work.
But my guess is that we will see gaps now in this second leg, because now you have this long tail. If you do a mistake now, it's immediately a gap. Before you had runners just around you everywhere, and they kind of filled the gaps, and then you had those runners to kind of run with. But now this option is not that good anymore, so I think it's going to be gaps now in the second leg.
Yeah, I think you're right. We'll definitely see that. And they will, I think we could see again some mistakes on this next group. So 85 teams across 86 there, 3 minutes. And a lot of these athletes now ready to head out into the terrain. Again, they'll have tried to think about what position they might be going out in. Will they be in a group? But this night orienteering is so hard. They've got to try and do their own thing in there whilst kind of maintaining the right pace, which means they're not going to be dropped off to be by themselves. Absolutely incredible. And 53 minutes and 47 seconds, so almost spot on the organisers' expected winning times for this one. They had that down at 54 minutes, so much more accurate then for these women here, at least in the night time. Coming up to 90 teams then, 4 minutes after the changeover. And Guillermo Court
quite soon coming to the last control, but it will be more than 5 minutes. And now, of course, it's going to be a tough challenge for Hanna Hemström on the second leg, even though she had a good result from the Swedish Night Championships last week. Of course, that's not the place she thought she would be running out.
Yeah, so this team, she just missed out one control. And then did realise
she did mistakes after that as well, but of course it's difficult when you don't have the top teams around you. It makes it much more difficult. So once you lose time, it's so hard to keep up the speed with the leaders.
Yeah, now it will be nearly 100 teams finishing here in these 5 minutes. So we'll still have a few more teams in. Another kind of bigger group here. These teams around the 100 minutes, around the 100 places. And maybe we can switch over our GPS to the second leg as well, because we will see if there's any teams who've had troubles in their early stages of the second leg. course, your run is not over here when you punch the finish. You've got to go round the corner, go to the map boards, find your map, hand that over to your next runner. You can see the runners coming through thick and fast here. And they will show the outgoing runner the number on the back of the map so that they can confirm, yes, it is the right one. It is all fine, and they will take the right map and head out on the second leg. Oops, someone there got the wrong map. Looking there for the right one. So, anything going on with the GPS then, Jonas, on this start?
Nothing to report so far. Well, starts to be a few things. I think Calvin Rusty was on the way to the wrong control, but they saved it up just in time. Basically, I can say that we had different route choices to the first control on the first leg. We don't see that now. Everyone is going the same route. I think it could have been smart to go differently if you have one of the two options.
But I guess you want that safety in numbers, don't you, really? You don't want to divulge too much.
I mean, they did that on the first leg, so why not going for that
well,
in the
because
second
you
leg?
have more people in together on the first leg.
Yeah, but you also usually you have technically slightly better runners on the second leg. But looks good so far here in the start of this second leg for Halden and IFK Göteborg. Västervik, Esbonsunta, Linnea Nydalen and Tampere Pyrinti, those teams with the GPS that actually a bit ahead of the others.
Halden 1 or Halden 2?
Only have a GPS device on Halden 1.
So that's Alina Nigli then, who's done a great job because she's caught up a few places then from 11th in towards what looks like it's in the leading pack, or in the lead even. Very strong work then from that team, and it'll be a bit of a while before we catch up with them from our next radio control. And we can see then on the screen here, we've got the top teams at the changeover, and one of those is Hannah Hilo. In fact, the leading runner, and we can talk to her now. Hannah, fantastic work then on that first leg. Your smile says it all. You look so super happy. Tell us about your run.
Oh, it was so amazing. It was so cool to be like, you just dream about it. Like today on my morning run back home in Finland, I was like, oh, I feel so good, like my legs are good. This could be a day where I was like, oh yeah, we could be running in the lead, but actually be me who be the leader. That was just crazy, and just coming in the end, see like, oh, actually I could do this, and like, oh, it's just a feeling you dream about.
When we were following the race, we noticed that suddenly you were up in the lead, and then you were there for all the time from then at this moment. Did you notice that now I'm starting to get in front of the pack and everyone is following me, basically?
Yeah. At the end, when we were coming to this last pass, I know, oh, it's probably going to be on fog. And then I took a better micro choice around the march, and then was like, oh, like now actually like everybody's following, like now I need to do the work. I just be like, most of that just sitting with the pack, reading my like to the control that yeah we're going correctly, but now it's suddenly all on me, and now I need to do the work. That was crazy.
Would you call yourself a night orienteering specialist now? Have you done lots of nights training this year?
Oh no, actually last year I was focusing a bit more on the night, and I do several. Now this year I've only done one training, it was actually a race, and then one training during Christmas in Australia. That was night, like a micro training by Aston Kiva. Otherwise, No, I haven't been doing, but I feel I would call myself like an all-round, like everything suits me, all legs, all disciplines.
Did you, at some point on the course, did you notice that, did you get nervous, or did you feel that the runners around you are getting nervous and that it's a bit more, okay, now it could be decisive right now?
Oh, no, actually no. And we had a team like meeting that we had this like two things that pressure is power and team is power. So I was just like getting just extra sharp from like, oh yeah, now the pressure is a bit on me. Like now I just need to be extra sharp. Like I just focus on myself. I need to nail the controls, just chop, chop, chop. And not really thinking about too much the other one. So like, oh, soon is the end or soon I'm going to be in the lead. Like just that maybe just extra more focus on what I was doing in the moment.
Well, we've got the next teams about to come to the next control, so we'll end it very soon. One quick question though, Hannah, will you be able to sleep tonight?
Probably not, but we hope. I'll try, but we'll see.
Amazing, well done, and thank you so much for chatting to us as well.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
Oh, amazing stuff. She's just so excited there. You can hear how much that means to her.
I think she's mostly relieved.
Yeah, I think so. But to be running with that kind of confidence as well. Like she's clearly saying she was feeling confident this morning, feeling good, and it's really nice to have that. Okay, we're at the next control.
Talking about
then.
feeling good.
Yeah.
Get a few runners here. Definitely feeling good to this first TV control. And before we were talking about Halden, I think it's still Halden in the lead actually, just in front of IFK Göteborg. Is there any other team coming?
Halden and Minna Wingstedt handed over in 11th place, joint 11th place.
Alina Nikli, very, very good start here for Halden.
And Sara Hagström. I mean, these are the two favourite teams, would you say?
Yeah,
Them
why not?
And obviously Stora Tuna were the defending champions, but I think the other two teams are really big favourites, and they have a gap here. That's quite impressive. Very impressive.
And for IFK Göteborg, I don't think we have been talking about that. It is Sara Hagström. Nice to see her
last
back.
Year, she was doing the commentary for the Swedish team.
Westervik, Elin Karlsson into third, 44 seconds behind.
Yeah, so Sara Hagström last year was with us and doing the Swedish commentary, and I remember her saying that she was, she might do a few hours. She stayed for the whole thing. She loved it.
Yeah, we have Praha, Espon, Sunta, so the leaders from the changeover. Now is it 50 seconds behind? Yeah, OK Linné, Nydalen, Tampere, Pyrinto, Göingerna, Norska. IFK Mora, Halden's second team. And now we see that it actually split it up here.
12 now we have a gap.
Teams within 108. There's a gap now waiting for NTNUI.
Any teams been having struggles out there from our top teams that you can see?
Nyköping, no, otherwise it's still, I mean, it was a different forking, hard to say. Probably dropped a bit behind due to that, but quite many teams followed to the wrong forking on the long leg out from the start. Here we have NTNUI, then Malung, Jana Petarova, Eksjö, Kristianstad, IFK Göteborg's second team. Tampere Pyrinto second team, Kalevander, Rasti Karut, Suunto, Jyväskylä, Stora Tuna. Now 2 minutes and 8 seconds behind. Rasti Jusic, so she dropped, I think she lost about another minute from changeover. Stora Tuna. Other interesting teams here.
But yeah, if you're looking at the fast leg times for this leg, it is Alina Nigli in the lead there, who is by far the quickest, alongside Sara Hagström, the two of them, and then quite a big gap back to
few interesting
else.
Teams coming in here, Päiviana Rasti and Iktisa.
Another gap now here. So that was kind of one group and then a second group. And then another gap, I think. Sounds about right. Snatching up. Leading up their first team and Panorhus.
Tyrving. Signe Suss running for Panorhus. Experienced earlier national team runner for Denmark. Good to see her here, quite far up.
And I'm looking at my watch.
Soon
and
the start.
It's less than 10 minutes now till the restart of the men's relay. So the legs are all a bit longer this year. It means we have that overlap of the men's and the women's relays just from the end of this leg.
Göteborg Majernas second team with Lina Strand on this second leg.
Yeah, former Swedish international.
We're still waiting for the first team for GMOK. I think we have to wait another 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes maybe. She was, I don't know if, how good you hear the sound at home. We hear it very good.
Yeah, we do.
And there was someone
in our headsets.
surprised how quick it went to punch the control. How quickly the Sportident reacted on the punching.
Okay.
But of course it's touch free, so maybe not
surely
everyone
it
is used to that one.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, not everybody's using touch free, as you can see there. Most people are. And actually, my friend is running for Sundsvalls, and she had to borrow a touch-free SI for the first time this competition. Told her she needs to put it on her birthday list.
I mean, you could run with an older one, I guess, but then you have to punch every control. And if there are many runners coming together, it can be really good to have a touch-free.
Yeah, I think so.
We're actually now at the control where we had quite many teams struggling on the first leg.
Yeah.
Looks much better now. But of course, when it was a forking there, can give that away now. And the one forking was behind the other one, so many teams follow to the first control, and then were surprised that there's a control and had to go further on. That's actually the most difficult thing in a relay. Running into a flat area, you basically run over the first control, but you have to keep on going.
Everybody else turns off, and you just have to keep going.
And we had a few teams struggling there. It looks good here. Of course, that's easier on the second leg. Now we have a few teams missing that control. Sunto Yveskila, Rasti Karhut, Hakavspojkarna. Like Tisa.
So there are still people messing up that control.
And not of the very top teams, but of the group behind. We had a few teams that struggled. And then now it's actually Sara Hagström in the lead. And we're gonna change to the TV control in just a short while, I guess, because in about 30 seconds, I expect her to be there.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shorter leg, the second one for the women. 6.6 kilometers. We're expecting the winning time on this one to be 49 minutes, although with Sara Hagström on this leg, she could be pushing that. She was running with Elina Nigli for Halden. 80 teams now through, 7 minutes after we saw Halden and Elina Nigli through at 30 points. And I think
so Kåre punching here. And now we have Sara Hagström at the TV control.
She is ready.
She's in the lead now. There have been a few forkings before, so it's hard to say. There was no mistake by Halden, I can tell you.
Yeah, she should be here very soon.
And here we see the lights. There's someone else there as well, or just behind.
Well, it might be runners from the other
Might be.
one.
Or the distance might be a bit bigger
Yeah.
than we think.
It's hard to judge distance anyway when people are approaching the camera, but it's even more so in the dark.
Next teams should be Västervik and Nydalen.
Yeah, completely pitch black here at the
And
arena.
actually, I think that Linné, they might be just turning in time and thumping into. It's kind of a risk that they would do a mistake as we had for Göteborg-Majorna on the first leg, but I think they're fine.
So 3.3k mark. Jolina Västerviks is in, Mora, Nydalen.
And interesting to see, if you look at Sara Hagström in the top left, you can see that she's really not taking any risk when she has to read the map, and she's sometimes walking a few steps, but it's very dense in this area. It's green, you can see it on the screen. This is really difficult in night, and I think she solves it very cleverly by just taking a few steps every now and then.
And she's also doing a lot of, obviously, looking left and right.
Yeah, but in the green areas, it's hard to catch the contours. I mean, it's hard to do that in the night, but even harder in green areas. So I think she really tries to tick off all the contours she wants to see on the way.
And they are really hard to see because they're quite vague there as well. We've got more teams through. Bigger group here. That's Stora Tuna.
Yeah, 2 minutes 22 behind.
So it was 2:08, now 2:22.
Yeah, it's not a very big time loss. We could observe that Sara Hagström made a small gap there as well, so she didn't lose so much time compared to the others. Hagström actually punched at control 8, left the control, but together with Halden now again.
Okay.
See it there.
You could see she was kind of struggling
you can see both
by
of the runners
herself.
up there.
Yeah.
Maybe not perfect direction out from the control, but I think it's also due to runnability.
Yeah, and if
It's
they wanted
interesting
to
to
play it safe, they
see
can do on the next
that
bit.
Nikli is always going up and trying to take the lead and actually do the work as well. She's very active in her orienteering.
Yeah, she's not afraid of like going to the front, of going ahead of Sara Hagström here at all.
No,
and
and I
the two
mean
of them together in the picture.
that actually minimizes the risk that you end up at the wrong forking if you're orienteering very actively, sometimes in the lead. It's a good sign for Halden, really.
Yeah, it just means you can't
She's totally
switch off
ready
at
for
all.
the task.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, if you're sitting behind someone, you run that risk of just your brain shutting down, and then you can't turn it back on again at exactly the right time when you need to. Oh, we only have a minute until the restart now. I'm just trying to see where that is going on here in the arena.
I think we might actually see it picture in picture here somewhere. They were talking about that before. I don't know if they remember it.
Because we should try and see what happens on the GPS as well, because we have question marks about those two leading teams, don't we? Who are they going to stop, and are they going to wait for other people to catch them up?
Yeah, in the men's relay, because there's no question mark in the women's relay.
Oh, no, absolutely
not. For those two leading teams, they're doing a great job.
They're doing a fantastic job. Yeah, they're closing in on the next control, no problems. But for this restart for the long night, they will have had time to do the tactics. Now you can see that in the top left-hand corner there. There is Josh Dudley, ready to go. His British teammate, Johnny Crickmore, alongside him. And
I don't think they will have such a... I mean, they will take it easy to the starting point, look around, see what happens. That's my guess.
Yeah, I think they will be given very specific instructions from their coaches, but there we had the first couple of teams out Ravinen out next. And obviously this is an unforked long night leg. So the first 2 teams out, and now we wait a little bit now for the next team for Stora Tuna. So the gap there was trying to get the right leg up. So another 20 seconds back to Stora Tuna, and then Anton Johansson, Uko Ryan. There's Terving just gone off there. There's Ntenui, followed very closely by Linné. And now we have a bit of a gap, about half a minute to Halden. So there's 6 teams ahead, and we want to see if they're all going to group up. Then I reckon they will.
And back to the women's relay. I think we're gonna have the next TV control in about 2 minutes, maybe. Looks still looking good for IFK Göteborg and Halden. Actually, a bit different route choices now, maybe. I'm not 100% sure if Sara Hagström is having right direction. But
Yeah,
let's keep an eye on that.
I did this leg in the lights, and I went out to the track.
It feels as if Alina Nikli has control over the situation, but doesn't really dare to go her direction. Very soon we should see Göteborg Majorna coming to that TV now. We won't see her. She will be there in just a few seconds, so around 7 minutes behind.
Wait at this one then. This is the next TV control.
And here we are waiting for, I think actually that Halden is doing a better job on this leg.
Yeah,
I don't think
so.
that there will be a big mistake because there's some safety line just before the control.
Yeah, they kind of look like they're coming back
And it's
together
not it's
anyway.
not perfectly executed.
No.
You could have avoided. They went into a marsh, and you could have avoided this one. I think the teams behind maybe going a bit too far away from the red line.
Yeah,
But they execute. There are a few teams that you could win back a few seconds here. But I think we have the teams approaching soon.
So you've got to be really precise when you hit the track before the control to know exactly where you are on the track, because there's not loads of contours there. It's a little bit vague. So it's going to be a good job from both of these runners to actually make it to the control in one piece, which looks like they're doing now. You can see them coming here. This is
Probably,
Halden.
yeah, Halden.
Yeah, Halden. There we go. Alina Nigli.
But there behind we have Sara Hagström, so it was as expected. Not a very big gap, but I think if Sara Hagström would not have had the help of Alina Nikli here, she might have ended up in a smaller mistake. I don't think it would have been a big one, but she definitely got a bit help with direction.
Yeah, I think you're right. But the teams behind, a few teams kind of in the next chasing group taking a similar route, and then another group heading out to
they're
the bigger
coming
track.
very soon here.
Yeah.
Will be Västervik and Nydalen.
So the 2 big favourites in the lead with a bit of a gap. Alina Nigli, Sara Hagström of Halden, and IFK Gothenburg, both of them together. Then we wait for the next runners to close in on this control. Approaching now. This group running well together.
Then there will be,
Nydalen, so Kaja Business Nordhag.
so you can see there is a camera operator coming now. And then the other group will come a little bit from the right side, so not exactly the same route as
So yeah,
Nydalen.
2 runners there.
Västervik. You can see it's quite a big group here. We have Linnea Kalevandrasti, Tampere Pyrinto, NTNUI, IFK Göteborg's second team, Helsingin Suunnistajat and Espoon Sunta.
Yeah, all of those teams you mentioned approaching here. So Calvin Rusty, Annabelle Delaine in the lead there. Okeline with Susan Lersch. Camping Printer still in that top 10 spot, so to Ntenui. Sinter just there, so dropping from first into 13th place. And we can see on this top left, still in this kind of train here, we've got some of the Antenui teams there. As I think this is the group just leaving this control.
And interesting, looking at the GPS, Göteborg and Halden now on different route choices to the next control. So they're not together anymore.
No, they've lost that safety net of being with somebody else. And then these runners next, they've got quite a good, interesting route choice to make then, this kind of chasing group. As we see more runners now about to approach the TV control.
Yeah, they were spreading out quite far from each other here, whole bit of the picture.
Yeah, very broad, and then someone will spot it, and everybody will funnel in towards the control itself.
Put into second team Rasti Karhut, Halden, second team Iktisa here. 3 minutes and 12 seconds behind Oal Norska, IFK Mora, IKHP, Painien, Rasti, Ravinen, Eksjö, Han Århus, Sunto Jyväskylä, Rasti Jussit, Farum, Tisville. That's Parma second team. And OK Renen still there. 3:35 behind.
Yeah, in this group you can see here, top left, spending a lot more time on the track than some of the others.
Yeah, and actually those teams here, this group is taking totally different route choice compared to IFK Göteborg and Halden. It's a bit, they're all taking the Iktisa route choice from the first leg. And yeah, Halden is taking something in between. IFK Göteborg is taking the route most of the teams were taking on the first leg.
And this route is a lot further round, but it avoids a lot of climb, actually.
Yeah, you avoid quite a bit of climbing, and you don't have to do any orienteering for about 700 meters.
That's why I took that route. When I pre-ran this leg, I took the long path route as well.
The difference is that you were running in daylight.
Yeah, I know, exactly. And also, it's just because I'm rubbish in terrain. I was like, yes, a track! Thank you. It's quite something to run this leg knowing that there's going to be hundreds of athletes going to be running around this one, and you just run it by yourself. There was only the two of us pretty much in the forest and a few like locals around some of the tracks, and that was it. You saw a moose, and we had a great time, but totally different experience compared to these athletes, and not just it being dark.
It's actually going to be very interesting who's going to be approaching that control first. Will it be IFK Göteborg or Halden? Here we see a mistake by Stora Tuna, quite a big one. She followed the track up there. There she should be 100% sure. Then she's coming out on the open area.
Yeah, there
should
she is
be
now.
knowing
Just
where she is.
there.
Actually, it's a bit of a strange mistake.
I mean, we were kind of talking a little bit earlier about Stora Tuna's win. Obviously, they are the defending champions, and how everything just kind of fell into their place last year. They managed to capitalize on that.
So here we have to recap from the start, and now this is the two different first controls. On the first leg, we had actually quite many of the teams that just went out.
The Ekfo way, yeah?
Yeah, and then all the way around, you can see that path all on the map, but you could be all the way around and then attack from behind to the first control, if you had the B option, of course. Now you can see that quite many teams, or a few teams, follow towards A and then quite late change direction towards B. But basically it's here when we could see Halden and EFK Göteborg breaking away from the others. Fourth control is the TV control. Here we had the gap already. These two teams. Not gonna see the map here. Yes, now. At least for a while.
And this is was
a forking system in here.
Picture there.
And of course, it's much more difficult if you had the C control there.
It's so much easier.
Then you see that one, and you go on, and all the runners go away, break away from there, and then you follow the mistake. Göteborg Majorna did, maybe just to give you this, on the small path just before where Suntuji Veskila is right now, they followed up to this curve and then continued from there, and they thought that it would be much further south on another curve, and then followed from there and did a parallel mistake, ending up at control 8 and had to go back.
But the forking at control 4, you saw lots of people making a mistake there. It was even worse on the first leg. People lost
exactly.
more time.
And here, this control was, and I was talking about that EFK Göteborg had a bit of an advantage of the direction of Halden. She was going quite far into this marsh, halfway between 9 and 10. And here we have them splitting up, Halden going more straight, actually much more difficult to execute compared to the one EFK Göteborg is taking. You see all the other teams there. This is, there's a street going there for quite a bit. And then approaching control there. And actually have a small advantage for EFK Göteborg. They also had different controls there at control 11, so it's hard to say if it's only the controls or like the route choice or also the control taking. Is she taking out some energy?
No, she's got like, I wonder if it's to do with the
maybe
battery,
it's the battery that didn't.
Is she on a backup torch?
No, I think it's something with the
strap.
The strap that didn't work. Maybe
underneath
she got
her
stuck.
top.
Or then another thing could be that she had to take a reserve compass or something.
Yeah.
Because usually night orienteering, you connect them to your torch. You can see Kalevan Rasti's small mistake there, had to turn back to the control. Otherwise, no problems. No one going to the wrong control. Yeah, NTNUI maybe not the best direction into the control. They end up with a small mistake. They need to turn into the right direction now. But you can also see that the EFK and Halden together again.
And I think if you have the E control, it's like makes a lot more sense to have come around the track, and then you can use these small tracks as well to kind of get up the hill, and then you have a really good attack point into the actual
definitely
forest
a mistake for NTNUI.
But yeah, I mean, look at those two teams out in the lead, Halden and AFK Gothenburg. They're just absolutely bombing it away from everybody else. It's
and
so
I have
impressive.
to say, I'm so impressed by the performance from Alina Nikli. I mean, we know that Sara Hagström is a great orienteer, technically perfect. It's usually it's kind of a risk to put a Swiss runner onto a night leg Forkman, because how should you train
Swiss
this?
runner as well, yeah.
How should you train this in Switzerland and or in continental terrain? It's so hard, and you come here and you're running against the world best orienteers, and to show it actually now I should finish talking about how good she does, because think she's going to make a mistake here. She's following Sara Hagström a bit. We have seen many of the teams on the first
Make a
leg
mistake
struggling on this
yeah.
one. It
They
was
followed up to the
yeah,
E-control a
we
lot,
saw the
actually.
replay of this one, and they had to go back to the control. And she's gonna lose at least half a minute here.
Yeah, it's hard to judge like the distance along from the track and then the angle going up, especially when you have somebody ahead of you as well.
Espen Sunta did quite the mistake, and Tenui is struggling a lot at this control before, where we had the mistake. I think Helsingen Suunnistajat did a mistake there as well. So this is earlier in the competition. Halden still not at the control now, having back into the slope. Don't know what Nydalen is doing there. They are really playing it safe. That's now I think the team's behind. Oh, but mistake by IFK Göteborg as well.
So they're all making mistake here, and this is going to allow the chasers
she's going to
to
get her
catch up.
control now.
She will. You can see Halden still looking for the other one.
And all the teams behind, that's a bit unlucky for Halden. They're going to have the E control, except for Västervik, but they're going to do the mistake as well.
The thing is, she knows she doesn't want to be on the top of the hill.
But she has to be. Why isn't she going up to the top of the hill? Because if she doesn't know where she is, that's the thing to do.
Yeah, you're right, to relocate from there. But she knows she needs to be on this side of the hill.
Now I think she gets the control. But we're waiting now for Sara Hagström. Here she is.
Fantastic work for Carla now. She had back surgery last year. She was like, when we chatted to her about a year ago, she was not allowed to run more than like 100 meters.
And Nikli is still struggling at the control before. She hasn't been there, now passed by Kalle Vanderasti, of course. Second team, Tampere and Pyrinto. Västervik, actually, they need the same control as Halden, but they're also on the way to the next one. It's basically Linné doing a good job to this control so far.
I don't think has she got it yet? I don't think she's got it.
No, she's not.
Halden hasn't got it.
No, definitely not. Now they go down, try to relocate. I don't really understand why she's going. She could go up as well, as long as she's climbing.
But
she's on the way.
Everything kind of looks the same. It's so flat.
Yeah, but it's the highest point.
Yeah, but there's a few different like hills there. It's so flat at the top, you can't see the top.
Anyway, you're waiting for Tampere and Pyrinto, Nydalen. Here we have Tampere and Pyrinto first.
Yes, Ailekini. Nydalen there. Next team.
Yeah, it's not the top
from
team.
Another leg, from first leg.
See it from the west.
Yep.
Göingerna. IFK Göteborg's second team, Kalle Vanderasti. Interesting,
yes,
actually.
She's pulled up loads. Those two have both pulled up loads of places.
Anna Persson, very, very talented runner. Kind of stopped her elite career very, very early.
Okay, so we've got the leading teams into this arena already. We'll catch up with them soon. Has Halden found the control yet?
She got the control. Okay. She's on the way to this one now. We'll be here in about 10, 15 seconds maybe. Yeah,
so we can see the extent of the miss then. This is another team from a previous leg. And very soon we'll have our leaders in at the arena.
Should be in this one of those lights here, but here we have Sara Hagström on the way. Yeah, on the way through, and these are the big favorites then here. IFK Gothenburg, you can see these lights, the fire lighting the way towards the finish for these teams. And she's not going to hand over to anyone. She's going to be the pause then after the two night legs. On the women's relay, the long day leg will be next, and you can hardly see Sara Hagström's face, but you think she's got a big smile on her face there. She's done a fantastic job. She just has to punch this finish now. She managed to keep the orienteering together on that last section where Alina Nigli was having problems, but IFK Gothenburg in the lead. And now we have a chase on, including the IFK Gothenburg second team, who also desperately want a top 10. Remember, they took a historic 1-2 2 years ago in Skellefteå.
But fantastic work. We've had Tampin Printer in Netherlands also in the mix there. Need to watch out for where Halden will end up. But there she is, in the lead after the 2 legs. Job done for the big favourites. And to have such a strong and experienced runner like Sara Hagström on this second leg, just to set up the long day leg. Who will be running for them on the long day?
Malin Agervik Christiansson.
Yep, Danish international.
Yeah, that's a solid name for the long day leg.
Here's his next group then, fighting hard for the line. And they will pause the relay here. So, oh, this Gothenburg team, the second team here, will just about get in there ahead. So, AFK Gothenburg in first and second. Netherlands into third, Calvin Rasti into fourth, Tampin Printer into fifth.
And next to come, I think it's going to be Halden. We have Jörgen here, but then next teams, at least with the GPS devices, Halden and Linné together.
Yeah, you can see them, the next teams coming into the finish. That looks like a Halden kit.
Yeah, definitely.
Here it is. Oh, so tricky stuff then for Elina Nigli. She will have lost over 2 minutes. But she did so well for so much of that and is still a young runner. Very, very promising for the future. Linné in there as well. And so, yeah, there's a couple of groups there for the women's day leg that comes next. It's an unforked one. But I mean, where we see the men group up a lot in the long night, in the long day, at least last year we didn't see as many groups. I think that's also just with the different kind of levels of depth in the women's competition.
We have seen quite a big leading group, I think, and then many of the teams dropped out of the group because they went on own kind of route or micro route choices quite far away from the arena.
Yeah, they just need to stay with the others.
Yeah, not all of them need to do it, but a few of them would have needed to do it.
Annika Simonsen from IKHP, fantastic run there, climbing 34 places. Annabelle Delaine for Calvin Rasti climbed 26 places. Siley Kinney for Tampin Printer climbing 14 places. Very, very good there. And Jonna Skjelvik Löfven, who mentioned did so well in the night. Was it her or her sister who was the first runner climbing up 25 places? Bit of a fight out then here with Halden and Marlings. I can't tell which team it is. Now it's too bright and I definitely can't tell which teams they are. But AFK Gothenburg, third team into 13th spot. There's the second team from Halden. And then a big, big group here. They're going to want to make sure they are all together.
Actually, we can say that Stora Tuna, the winners from last year, they are quite far behind. They're now at this 13th control, where we had Alina Nikli doing the mistake, almost together with Göteborg Majorna.
Yeah, I think last year everything just fell into place with Stora Tuna and they could capitalise it, but it's kind of the opposite this time, things falling apart for them.
But they will have a good runner on the long day
with
Marie Olausen.
You can see the athletes here, just many of them collapsing to the ground. They're going to discard of their mats there into the big bins, go and download.
So you can see we had 32 teams to this, well, finish of the first part of the relay. 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Behind is Ukravinan. Next teams here, next top teams. Södertälje should be approaching the finish very soon. And then, well, it will be another 2.5 minutes until we have Stora Tuna and Gemuko here at the changeover.
Some congratulations, I think, from coaches there on this finish line.
Interesting as well. Ukorianen 6 minutes behind. Might be just a little bit too much.
Yeah, might be for Hanna Lundberg.
I mean, she had the chance there. She was middle of the race. She was about 3 minutes behind. That would have been perfect.
But she will, yeah, Hanna Lundberg will. I think she could pull up some time, but not 6 minutes.
And I mean, it's not, now we have the case that we actually have very strong runners in the lead as well, so it's
and
it will be difficult.
So how much longer is this long day compared to last year?
Last year it was 70 minutes, now it's 90 minutes. It's quite a difference.
Yeah. So it just incentivizes those teams to put a really good runner on that long day. And I mean, I think it means if you have two best runners, you're going to put them on the long day and the last leg as opposed to the 5th and 6th legs, because it is so long and so grueling. Another Södertälje Nick Van team there coming in towards the finish. Nearly at 50 teams now in 8 minutes.
Now we have Stora Tuna at the second last control, so very soon they will be here at the finish line as well. But you can see the gap now down to those teams approaching the finish here. 8 minutes already. I think this could be Göteborg now.
Yeah, you can see number 4 there. Running hard here. But yeah, once you lose that time on the first leg, it's so hard to get it back, especially in the night.
I mean, you can see that Hanna Hellström here did quite an okay job. I think she went out like 5-6 minutes behind. Now it's about 9 minutes. Didn't lose that much time. Coming to the finish here together with Lina Strand. So both the first and the second team from Majorna.
Yeah, together.
Here we have Stora Tuna.
Number 1, they're the defending champions.
Probably run out together then tomorrow. Lili Graber and Marie Olausen.
Yeah, she just wants to hide, I think, here. Tough day in the office.
Yeah, I mean, she did that one mistake in the middle of the course.
Yeah, round control 10, I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite a strange one, actually. Out on the open, on the cutting area.
Ikokora as well, punching there. be 10 minutes down, but pulled up quite a lot of places there. Okay, so there you can see the gaps. Look, a whole minute and 22 seconds back to the rest. Then there's 4 runners together, a little gap, 1 by themselves. Then a few more. There's a big group around that 4-minute mark, another one just under 3 minutes. But yeah, this group here from around kind of 15 to, I guess, kind of 25, they could be quite a strong group in the terrain together, as they have this unforked day leg next. So the women's relay pauses for the moment. We will very, very soon move on and focus on the men, who is already underway on the long night. But the long night is so long, we will recap it for you.
There will be time for that one.
There will definitely be time.
I can tell that things happened on that one, just to give you a...
What a tease.
It's a cliffhanger here.
Yes, we will keep watching, because actually quite a summary of the first few controls of this course will probably be quite a good summary to make. As you can see, more of the teams then listed as we go ready for the pause. So there was our leader, 1 minute 22 seconds for the big favourites. IFK Gothenburg and the very experienced international European champion, just being able to keep it orienteering, very cool, calm and collected, when some of the other runners like Halden making some mistakes right at that very end. So more and more runners coming in now. We have 81 finishers. Okay, so now we can turn our attention to the men's race.
We actually could see that the first 2 teams, well, not totally unexpected, waited at the starting point. Totally right thing to do in this situation. But look at the teams behind. Göteborg Majorna leading that group. Pushing really hard here in the beginning. It's the same route, basically, for all of the teams.
Yeah, trying to use those tracks.
No problems here at the first control. See the gap between the first team, the first group and the second group, approximately a minute. Heading here on this path.
Halden just dropping off the back, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. Then we can see there is a different group going another way with Kåre and Tisaren.
It's a very long leg here.
Yeah, it's a long leg, and actually now we're going to the north.
Ooh, Halden here, mistake.
Dropping out.
Why would you
Still,
do
we
that?
have those different. I mean, he's all alone. We have these different groups. Still 2 groups here. You can see that Ukulele is actually taking the lead here for this group. And here now, they were much faster, not cutting that corner, and we have one big group in the lead. So the 2 teams from the beginning, the 2 groups from the beginning, now all together. When we have this another very long leg.
Yeah, this is a very interesting route choice options here.
Yeah, but of course, I mean, even when you get this as longer the leg, the more possibilities to use paths and tracks. You will see a few teams actually following the lake all the way around. I think Halden is going to do that.
I think that's a good idea.
Tampere and Pyrintö dropping
lost.
a little bit behind. They will go another way here as well. We'll go to the north of that march. Not good here. This it looks very, very dense and green in that section, so not very easy to do the navigation, especially when you're alone. Look at this: Halden, Kalvandrasti, Ikalisten, all going to the south.
Yeah, you can get some speed up, especially when you get onto this wider track. But
Still,
it's quite a long approach to the control still.
This group behind there with Malung, I mean, they only need to do a small mistake in front there, and then they're gonna see the leading groups. They are very, very close, and the leading group is quite big. So once you spot the last runner, it will be possible to catch. And I mean, the gap there, you can see the tail, 15 seconds. The gap is about half a minute, maybe.
Yeah.
So it's a very decisive part of this first leg here, because if it would be very important for them to get in contact with the first group.
And for me, it just showed how if you lose that group, then suddenly it's going to be so hard. Tampere and Pyrintö making mistakes there on that 4th leg, but then also the Halden also making mistakes on that 2nd long leg.
Waiting
just so
for
tough.
the teams here to come to the TV control. It's after 6.3 kilometers. Let's see who's in the driver's seat. It's Ukulele, Lukas Liland just ahead of Joakim Svensk for Stora Tuna, NTNUI Mats Eidsmo, UK Denzel Basil Basse, Göteborg with Joshua Dudley, Kolmården Leo Johansson, Göteborg-Majorna Jonas Ecker, one leading the group behind, back into the leading group. Then we have Ravinen, Jonathan Crickmore, Helsingin Sunistajat, Mattias Peter Pan Kristianstad, Francesco Mariani, UK Orion. They had this great performance by Anton Johansson on the 3rd leg. Team Johansson Tyrving with Toby Scott, IFK Göteborg's 2nd team Pascal Scharer, and Turun Sunistajat with Daniel Fomin, just to name all of the runners here in the leading group. We have time for that on the long night.
We do. It's a
And here's
super
the second
group of 14.
And you can see that there is a gap. They're definitely they're not able to spot the group in front of them. I would say the gap is about, it's more the minute to the leaders. Decisive thing is how much it is to the last one, so it's 50 seconds. Here we have Kåre, so the man in the driver's seat, Eskil Kinneberg, then Snettringe, Mattias Kallhauge, Malungs OK, Jon Börjesson, MS Parma, Luis Nogueira, Ukulele 2nd team, Emil Ranka, IFK Mora, Martin Nilsson, Södertälje Nykvarn, Mattias Barros Valle, Kotisaran, Walter Pettersson, and Tyrving 2nd team with Wojciech Kowalski. Those the runners of the 2nd group. And very soon there will be one runner all alone. You can see him here on the red machine. Tampere and Pyrintö.
Yes, if you're looking at the leaders of those groups, Lukas Lieland, followed by Joachim Svensk, and then we've got in that second group, so that's in
Actually,
15th place,
now
Eskil
is it
Shinneberry.
doing a mistake here?
Oh,
Overshooting
yeah.
the control a little bit. Coming back into the picture. This is a tough job. All alone here, anti-psycho.
So yeah, over a minute then off that second group. So we've got what I'm going to call a super group of 14, then a chasing group of 9. But actually, if you're...
What would you call the chasing group if the first group is the super group?
They're the super group and the chasing group.
Okay.
Because the super group has more people in it than the chasing group, so it's fine. And actually, if you kind of fall off the back of the super group, then you at least have the chasing group there, so that is quite good.
And I think the chasing group did a small mistake to control 7, so I think it's now definitely more than 50 seconds. It's only about a 20 seconds mistake, but can be decisive.
So last time Tiamila was here, 15 years ago, 2010 presumably, and which leg were you running?
I was actually running this long night, but don't ask me about details because I don't remember that much.
Do you have fond memories of the long nights?
I remember that I went out quite far behind. One of the we actually had a GPS on, so we were among the top 25. I think the year before, I think I was around the 23rd of the top teams going out, and I was going out all alone. And actually, I did quite a good job in the beginning. Which, yeah, it's not the most difficult part here in the beginning. Back then, it was mostly in this part around the arena, and then further to the west, where you have towards the part where we had those first legs going into those green bits. I had a good run in the beginning, but then, yeah.
So then did you catch a group up, or you formed a group?
Yeah, yeah. I did a good start, and I caught up a group. But then, unfortunately, I mean, my physical skills back then, they were quite okay. And the group, when you're a bit behind and you have the physical skills to actually be maybe in the leading group, but the runners around you, they might have better technical skills, but they don't have the physical skills. So I was there, and I was kind of getting nervous because I thought it was too slow in the group, but I had not the skills to go up and turn that around very much until we get to a long leg, a very long leg out very much to the western bit, and well, I could use my physical skills and really push hard, and went well until the point where we actually had to head back into the forest, and it was this dense forest, and it was difficult for the first time. And well, I basically more or less stopped and looking around if there's not anyone else who could possibly imagine to take the lead there. So that was, and of course that it won't end up in a good way if you have to be orienteering like that. I didn't have the skills back then to perform good on my own on such a long leg, and that wasn't the tactic. Putting me on that long leg that point was like, yeah, the decision, an equal decision that IFK Göteborg took by putting Josh Dudley on the one. Even a bit of a bigger risk, because it's quite expected that Josh Dudley would go out in a good position. For me, it was 50-50, and you had a runner that was 20-80 to not perform well when he's on his own. So it's like, yeah, it was a bigger risk back then.
Yes, you can see these controls here. So I think it was the 6th control that we had as the TV control.
Yeah, it was. Then there was a small mistake, you can see it here. They were at the chasing group a bit far to the left. Not a big mistake, but actually, I mean, before was on the edge that they, with a small mistake of the leading group, would actually be able to see them. Now I think the gap is too big, so this won't be possible. You can see that the leading group now really glued to the line. They go the straight way. The chasing group using this small track there.
Yeah, it's very kind of
You can
it's
see
very
that
tough here,
speed
isn't it?
is
It's
very much
flat.
better on this small track. Might be a bit quicker actually.
No,
And in situations like this, when you have very flat part, you have the marsh. It could be possible that they not see the exact light, but they see that it's a bit more bright just in front of them.
yeah, they could be catching here, even despite that
They're
mistake at
definitely
7.
closer. It's not a minute anymore.
Yeah.
They are behind. It's about 40 seconds, for half a minute from the last runner to the first one in the second group.
It's so
And
tricky when you have
for-
these flat parts as well.
Yeah, and for the second group, for the chasing group, it would be very good if they would have a bit of hesitation into this 8 control in the leading group.
Looks to like still Linné leading that one. You've got Danseln up there as well, and Tenry in that leading group.
Yeah, at the same time, it will be, well, this part here around 8-9, it will be harder to see lights in front of you because you have small hills again. They block your sight, so it's also a chance for the leading groups to actually get away a little bit more if the teams behind have some hesitations. Now for the top group, it would almost be good if all the runners would keep together very compact, in a compact way.
Yeah, it means the chances of them being
My
caught by
feeling
that
is
other
that
group
the
is.
speed is a little bit better in the first group, maybe. Yeah, it's hard to say.
I don't
They're
know,
just in the
now
climb.
now they've
yeah.
almost like stretched back out again, haven't
Yeah,
they?
they've been in the climb.
Yeah.
Team behind.
But there's almost a few people like the clearly pushing the pace, Marlung and Cora, I think pushing the pace here, yeah, especially very pushing the pace, and actually not necessarily all of that group being able to follow. So yeah, it's quite tricky. Lots of small details.
But I don't think that
area.
any one of the leading group will have to let go already now. And I mean, we're only about 50 minutes into the competition. The physically tough part for the runners here will start after around 70 minutes, I guess. A little bit depending on, I don't know how good the runnability is here. I mean,
Yeah, no surprise we didn't
The
get out this far.
no, the tougher it gets, of course, if you have to cross many marshes, and if they are deep, then it's very much harder to to keep your physical abilities. If you every now and then get a chance to recover a little bit on a path or on a street, then it's easier to follow. It's good if there is some variation. If you use the same muscles all the time, it's much harder to keep in the group. There was no hesitation into the control 8 from the leading group. Looks good for the chasing group as well.
And then there's a big third group, as you can see, down there to 35th and Paimon Rasti all together.
I would actually... it's not
Working
big
for
of a gap anymore from the last guy in the first group to Eskil Skinneberg.
Yeah, look, here you can see on the picture. I think you've got it exactly right. But then I do wonder if
a bit misleading because it's a bit slowing down. But yeah,
then,
I think now they will get together on this one.
Eskil Skinneberg together, though, the start of this group, they're going to be super quick. But yeah, I'm sure they can see each other now. Even if you can just see, like, sometimes they're the green lights on the back of the head torch, which you can just see in the distance. But no issues here. So, going back to your long night leg that you did 15 years ago. So
You
what
really
happened?
want to get the details.
Yeah, we've got a long time to talk about this. So what happened when you
No,
came off the track and then went back into the forest? Did it all fall apart, or?
Yeah, it fell apart. To be honest, it wasn't good in the end. But the funny bit, actually, the real funny bit of that story is that I moved a few years later, I moved to Sweden, and one of my best friends here, we didn't know each other before, obviously, before I moved here, and we started to talk about that long night at one time, and then he started to tell his story, and he said that when I was out there, I was in a group quite far behind, and there was this guy, and he caught us, and he just pushed really, really hard on that one route choice back into the western part, and as soon as they got into the forest, he had no idea how to orienteer anymore, and he was such a douche, this guy. And my story was basically, I told him that I was in a group and no one else kept up the speed, and I was so annoyed that they didn't have the speed. So obviously we told that story and said, okay, shit, you're talking about me and I'm talking about you. And that's where we met the first time. And we thought that was true for almost 10 years now. And we told that story many times. That's how we, the first time we actually interacted in a way together. But now when I did the preparation for this Tiemila, I noticed that that's not true. He was in a different kind of pack. It's impossible that we were out together. And I met him this week and I told him, dude, I have to tell you something. It's our story. It's like, and he said, I know it's not true. I looked it up as well this week, but then we just decided that, okay, we're going to continue to tell this story because it's too good. Now we're too used to that story now, so we know it's not true, but it's going to be our story. And the story of this leg now is actually that we have one very big leading group, and we have one guy fighting there behind Tampere and Pyrinto all on his own at control, I think, struggling a bit at control 8, but definitely only one group now in the lead.
So 23 teams in that super group. Hyper
Now
group.
it's, yeah, exactly. But now actually this hyper group is doing a mistake.
Yeah, they are too far to the north. Are they in a parallel kind of
no,
area?
I think they're safe by the crack there, which it's hard to spot here because there are too many teams on the screen.
But again, this will bring the group back together again, won't it? If they were spreading out a bit, it brings
sometimes
them back
it's good for a runner a little bit behind. Yeah, interesting there with Halden, Ikalisten, they're not really on track. I don't know where they think
they are.
Well, they have to.
Oh my.
It would be almost important to see the whole where they're coming from to see how this, if it's a parallel mistake or just bad direction.
This is why cutting across a long bit of marsh is an absolute nightmare, because you can lose your way like that just so easily.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna have TV control here at control 11, so then we will see the super hyper group coming there.
I don't know if you can pick this up on the broadcast, but we've got a little bit more music here because we're going to have the next start of the kind of the chasing groups. They're all just going off together. For those who kind of didn't make the chasing start, it's I don't know, wave start or something else like that. Yes, I think they have a chasing start, a wave start, and a restart.
This has to be
the wave starts.
It's not much of a wave if you send out everyone at once.
I don't know.
It's one big wave, yeah.
Yeah, there we go, one big wave.
It's a tsunami coming.
Yeah.
So
they will probably all
talking
be very
about the
happy
tsunami, we have a big group coming here.
23 guys on their way here. This is the 11th control. Their first Helsingin Synestajat, Stora Tuna, Okakora, Josebert Miner, Kolmorden. 23 guys, all in one long train. And Helsing and Sundby
Yeah.
in the lead
We
there
can
at
say
that point. Mattias
everyone
Peter.
within 16 seconds.
Yeah, okay, fans can see Okakora, Esker Kinneberg right to the front of that group again. Lucas Leland from Okeline into 9th, but he's basically in only 8 seconds down, so that is still very, very good. So Okakora, Esker Kinneberg is caught up in most places, up 19 places for him. Kolmorden up 14 places, Linné 2 up 15 places, and we can try and follow some of these runners then here. Another longish, medium-ish leg to the next few controls. And if you're one of these athletes towards the back, your job is just to stay with the group. And you can see they're kind of slowing down to walk, going underneath these trees. The pace is not super high, I don't think.
It's very hard to say. I think it has been high because otherwise it would have been difficult for the chasing groups to get in contact. Sometimes it's good for the runner here at the end of the tail if there are small mistakes, as the one they had to control 10, where it just not had the right direction, and the group gets a bit more compact again. But at the same time, it's a tough one if it's really a mistake and you have to slow down, you have to stop and then restart, and maybe the pace gets a bit higher again when you leave the control. And usually it's a bit of a bad sign if you're the last guy in the group, because then the risk, if there's at one point, it's such a big group, if there is a gap at one point, then everyone behind has to close that gap, and now you can see that.
Well,
so he's
yeah.
losing actually 7-8 meters here, and that's really not what you want to do, I think.
And he was at the back, like previously, when you looked around the previous controls, and I think, yeah, he's really got to make sure he stays on. You almost want to be working your way up into the middle of the pack, so you just don't have that risk.
Someone has to be the last one, but it's not something you do by choice to let this gap open for a few meters even, and then having to close it again.
Nope. We've got Pascal Scherer from AFK Gothenburg 2 towards the back there as well.
I think it is Mattias Barros Valle for Södertälje.
Yeah.
The one here at the very end of the tail. You can see that the group there behind, they actually did the mistake to control 8, now on the way to 10. Still Tampere Pyr into, in between the groups, totally alone.
So you can see these big bits of open here, this bare rock on the top of these hills, where, those reflections as well from the head torches of everybody in front, and now you can actually, it's much easier to kind of close that gap even if you're right at the back.
And that's what I was talking about before. It's quite good if you have a change in runnability. Now it's hard rock. You can kind of, it's much easier to run here than you use other muscles again when you go into a bit tougher areas. Now he can even cut the corner here a little bit. There was a refreshing point up there. He didn't use that one, so he could cut the corner a few meters. Now not in this situation of the group where he's on the very end of the tail.
And you can kind of see some of this group in the middle taking occasional looks at their map. Oh my gosh, I'm going to get dizzy looking at this. Just taking slightly different lines, but you can see they keep looking across to the left and not going to lose that
Jonas Ecker there, running quite actively, trying to trick more, isn't it, behind?
Yeah, for Ravina.
And now you can see that he is in the top of the group again, Ecker, so running on his own, saving a bit of energy by kind of, having a smart micro route choice. Now you can see that the speed is very low. It's kind of the one in the front
It looks like it was Okokoro and Eskilstuna.
Yeah, Eskilstuna is
Yeah.
slowing down a little bit. Everyone behind just slows down and takes the chance to walk a little bit. It's also what I've been talking about before, that everyone knows kind of their place in the group. If you have someone who is in the driver's seat, then let him do the job all the way. Don't get up there and be nervous around him. Let him do it. And if you see that the guy in front really struggles, then go up if you know where you are. Otherwise, keep behind, slow down, and don't make the group a nervous group. That's important.
No, I think that was Tampering Printo through their control number 11. So now 5.5 minutes off the pace of this leading group that you can see here. Now, what I'm really hoping is we can follow these guys all the way through to control number 16, because I would love to see what they will do at control number 16. Whether they all stop, whether someone in the lead
I can tell you
has
we have a running cam
Yes.
waiting at control 16.
Yes. I want to see what these guys do, because it will be so interesting to know, like, do they all just stop? Who makes the decision? And this is because we have a really, 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 really long leg. Yeah, where there is a big path/road option that you can do. Let's just say I've got a map that is more than A3, and it basically is from like the top to the bottom of the A3 bit of paper.
It's a prestigious thing to do as a course planner,
It's
to have
so
a long
cool.
leg.
It's like, it's so properly
It was
long.
the long night in Gothenburg. I think the way to the first control was 4 kilometers.
I mean, this looks like a 4 kilometer. It's possibly longer than that. It's very exciting. This is back at control number 11, I think, and we've got a few more teams chasing in here.
I'm waiting
Who
for
are we looking for?
Ikalisten,
I think there's
Kalevandarasti,
a-
Ture Metzenkeviat, and Halden.
There's a few in this group who aren't on our GPS tracking as well, so...
This is Imark, think. Yeah, Simon Imark leading this group. Not a big surprise. Joey Haddon in this one as well. Och norska Noel Brown, good runner for Växjö. Then Ikalisten with Joe Ylinen, very good trail runner as well. Nydalen, Angel Niemenankuri, IKP, Lapland Virkje. You get the teams there. Farum Tisvilde here as well, Kalevandarasti, Päiviendarasti. 8 minutes behind.
Yeah, big group there.
But definitely
this is the third group.
Simon
so they
Imark
were
having
6 minutes behind when we first caught
Yeah,
up
but
with
then
them.
they
They're
did-
now 8 minutes behind, but they have made a few mistakes, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. And actually, I know exactly what I would do on this long leg, but we will get back to that one.
Yeah, it's interesting when we look at looking at it. There's basically a big bit of out of bounds that complicates things as well on the, which means you can't do like a nice little banana shape. Another few runners through there. Halden.
He's definitely not taking the lead there.
No, and he had a lot of troubles. So that team with Turin Metzenkeviat, Calvin Rasti, there's a lot more runners in that group, as you can see, going between controls 11 and 12 right now. They are 8 minutes off that hyper group. 23 runners on their way to control 15. And they actually have, so they have a double-sided map. They started on side 1. Now they're on side 2. They've done controls 3 and now to 15 on side 2. And then when they get to 15, they switch it again. They have a very short one to 16, and then this like 5K leg.
Now it went from 4K
I know,
to 5K.
I know. I knew,
Will
I
it be
knew.
6K next time?
It might be.
Yeah.
I should just get out a ruler and measure
And
it.
your map is getting from A3 to A2 then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to become a kite
Yeah.
soon. I mean, I genuinely have a problem with like big maps that you absolutely can't fold up.
But the thing is, the
luckily I don't have to
problem,
run on it
honestly,
very often.
the
It's in the
difficulty,
plastic.
the difficulty on this long leg is actually to get an overview over the whole leg, because it's so long to plan the whole leg on such a big, like, it's.
I mean, you will see everybody just literally
Yeah.
having the whole map in front of them, and then you have to remember which way you decided you were going to go when you've like folded it up
That's why
small.
I say that I'm quite sure that I know what quite a big part of the group will be doing. I would be surprised if no one was.
Okay, well, we'll see the whole leg
At
very
least the
soon,
Swiss
hopefully.
guy in the group, I'm quite sure he's gonna do it.
And there's enough British
Or
guys
one
in
of the
this group
Swiss
as well.
guys.
I think
I think
they
there's
would also
more than
like
one.
to go the long
think
way around.
There's more than one Swiss guy in the group. Let me see.
Who name the Swiss
Ecker.
guys in this group?
Pascal Scharer is in the group as well.
So two.
Yeah, and an Austrian.
And two Brits.
Yeah, the Brits will go there as well.
They all want to go
Probably.
around.
The
Yeah.
Brits will go where everyone else is going.
Well, they will all go where everyone else is
Yeah,
going,
that's
and this
true.
is why.
There are
Yeah,
a few guys that I could imagine. And you could see it on the way to 13 that Ecker actually is reading the map very carefully. He could be one of them going differently. Leland could go differently. Who else did you have? Shinneberg is in the lead. Obviously, he will decide first, I guess.
Well, this
But
is
it's
why
also
we
what you
see
have,
it.
what kind of different strength you have. But we hopefully will see the whole leg in the picture. It will be hard to get an overview here as well. And we are
So
taking
behind
things
Irving.
in advance here. Let them get to the 15 control first. You can see as well behind that Tampere and Pirinto will be caught by the E-Mark group.
Yeah, I
At
think that's
control 12 might
interesting.
be. I don't know what position Ikalisten had in that group. It was E-Mark. E-Mark was the first one to get there.
Yeah.
They were a bit behind, about 10 seconds, so maybe that he's already caught now. Or then he will be very soon. I think he will be happy about it as well and not be the one all alone.
Yeah, I expect so. I mean, you just have to kind of resign yourself to being caught, and then you just change your orienteering again. But we do have this leading group then, this group of 23, this hyper group. You can see the control to the left, and now going up again on the open rocky section. So they've turned over their maps. They'll see this short control to 16, and then
actually I can
this long
already see. I
control.
mean, I have the camera operators on the GPS as well. One thing that's funny is because a few of them are just called runners, runner 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
and a few of them are there with names.
Okay.
So that's strange. And I can already see that they're waiting on different. So one of them is speculating already on one of the route choices, and that it's the one route choice that I would go for. Definitely.
Okay, well, this is control number 16.
Yeah.
This is the start of this mammoth long leg
Might get
here.
a
Is it? Or is it the one
split
before?
here.
No.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So Leland is in the lead here. And this is going to be interesting now.
And they know already, there's a decision made, at least by those leaders. They're going to go, everybody here is just following.
I think quite many of them don't even know that there is a long leg coming now.
Yeah. And, but I did wonder if anyone would stop and let somebody else go first, but they absolutely did not. You could see Lucas Leland was at the start there
They're
with
not
his
going
colleague
on
from
that route
Michelin.
choice. And now it will be interesting if everyone is following.
I don't know, you can still head out to this track and take that route choice. But they, whoa, look how deep
still-
some of the undergrowth is here.
Still together, all of them. Yeah, let me see now.
So basically, there's a big option to go
Yeah, now
all the
we
way
have
on the
now we have
edge
it.
of the
You
map
can see,
here, on the edge of the
yeah.
map where you can see there's like this big track.
The
This is the
blue
blue
one.
one. Yeah, absolutely.
And then you're running on
Road.
road all
But
the
then
way.
you have to go off the road. But then it's like a very sharp angle then to come back in
Yeah.
because of all of these fields.
But you, I mean, you have path almost all the way to the control. Of course, it's much further to go, but...
You have the green one.
And actually,
which is
one of the
some
camera
paths.
operators was waiting on the blue one out on the street there. Now we see that there.
Oh,
Yeah. They go on
they're
this
going,
one.
they're going on the
Yeah,
blue
this
one.
They,
They haven't had the best exit from the
No.
control, but it doesn't really matter. But will they all go on the
And now
blue
you
one?
can see that actually there's another camera operator running into this direction. Now that he knows that there are two of them now.
Ah.
Linnea
Has they-
pushing really hard now.
Have
as
they
it looks.
all gone the same way?
Yeah,
Yeah, all of them?
yeah.
Yep. So they've picked up this track out of the control, not the best exit. We then wondered were they going to go the green route. The green route just also loads of climb,
And now
up and down, lots
this
of
one,
orienteering.
actually, I mean, it's very comfortable for the good runners, for the quick runners, but this one can also kill you because they here usually on other parts every now and then you get a little time to recover because they have to wait, they have to climb over something. It might not take the 100% best micro route choice, gives you time to get back. But on this one here, everyone is running full speed, and if you're not at this full speed of the other runners, the gap will just open. So my guess
You
is
can already see that in
that
this
we are going to
shot.
see this
There we go,
one
that's the
group
end.
will be at least two groups at the end of the route.
Yeah. It's already, this place is what, 3 guys off the back here?
And
you can see that the ones ahead are just, not quite making as
at the same
fast.
time, it's like if you don't lose too much time here, it's just a very short distance from 17 to the finish later on. So now you can
that's
give it
true.
everything, and you
Look,
there's
you can
not
see
much
all these
forest
other
left.
controls
Yeah.
here right at the end. Okay, well now we know they've committed to this route. They could kind of go through the town and then cut in more towards the line before this big out
but
of
if you
bounds,
go
but I
out
don't think
there,
they will.
then you
They'll
go
come
all
out.
the way.
And then it's actually also quite good to go into the control from that angle as well, she says as she turns the map over. Yeah, you can just stick all along
She's
the track.
talking about herself in third person.
Yeah, it's only just after midnight. It's only 2 minutes past midnight. We've got 9 more hours of this.
9.5.
Yeah. At least 9 hours.
And then you
of
can
this.
see now the camera operator actually has a vehicle here, not running anymore.
What a genius move. Well done. Just leaning your hand in the passenger seat, as you can see there, following
You can
these
already
athletes.
see that there are gaps now.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can spot that. So at the
16 kilometers an hour.
very end of
17.
the group, IFK Göteborg, second team. Then we have Tyrving. Now we're going from back to forward into the group.
Yeah.
Turun Sunistajat. There is a gap between those teams and the others. Then we have Södertälje, Gemuko, MS Parma, Orion, Ravinen, IFK Göteborg. Then a small gap to Denseln, Tisaren, Helsingin Sunistajat, Kolmården, Pan Kristianstad, NTNUI, Malung, Kåre, Stora Tuna, and the leader, Linné. They're really pushing hard here.
Yeah,
Uko
Lucas
Linné.
Wieland.
But it's hard to say how accurate the GPS is. But for sure, we have those teams here, and there's a gap between them. You can see the lamps there to the left of the other
Yeah.
teams.
Isn't it? It's just weird being chased by a car on the long leg, right? With its headlights on, you're just kind of being followed here. It's something quite special. You need what they have with marathon running, the motorbikes that can go between the runners as well. Then we could catch up with the top ones. Look, you got their kilometer per hour.
Now it could be
times here
very
as
soon
well.
the teams struggling a little bit in this, the front part of the group. They could be saved by a small passage where they go on a smaller track.
Yeah, they have to kind of jump over.
And see now they're
the
running in
town.
20k per hour, so it's 3 minutes per k. It's really quick after like being.
How long have
many
they been out? They've been out for an hour and 15 now, I think.
Yeah.
We had the start at 10 to 11. It's now 5 past midnight. It's also such a random time to run as well. Like, does anyone actually train for running at this late in night? Surely not.
Not really, I think, but it's very strange for your stomach because it's much harder. You have to eat in this. That's actually the worst of the whole thing because you have to eat at a strange time, and there are people struggling a lot with stomach problems on night legs.
Wow.
But it's maybe the long night here now when it's starting at 11 is not the worst. I think starting at 2 o'clock is really a
So it'll
challenge.
be those and these next 3 legs really have.
Actually, now we're group behind, I guess. Yeah.
Yep.
Control
Healing up.
16. 6 minutes, so they were quick here.
So yeah, Simon Imark. So yeah, they've caught up
About a minute, about.
Yeah.
And now it will be interesting what they're about to do. Simon Imark is a guy, I could imagine that he is going straight here. And the others, they don't have a choice, I guess, because now we've seen that he was in the lead basically all the time. Joey Hadon is in this group as well. Would surprise me if he wouldn't go out there, if he's reading the map.
So if you want to drop the others, do you go straight or
I
do
don't
you
think
go
that-
round? Or do you want
It
to
depends
drop
on
the
who you
others?
are. I think that Simon Imark possibly sees. I wouldn't be surprised if he would go straight because he's very good technically. He knows that he is good, but at the same time, I don't think it's faster to go straight. Actually,
I don't think it's faster to go straight.
but it will
It's
be
not
interesting
too far off
to see.
the line.
We'll be following that. So this is the passage. We actually are on a path again. You can see FK Göteborg second team, Turving, Turun, Suunistayat. I would say those are the guys in danger.
Yeah, everybody else up to Orion also, they all look at this point like comfortable enough.
I would say from Pan Kristianstad, the guys behind there,
A little bit of a
they have to be careful,
Yeah.
but still okay.
So we're behind, IFK Göteborg 2, and you can see, just losing the shots. I did wonder if there are another few guys
This is
around
Pascal Schader.
there, but yeah, he's got to be really careful now. Even if actually the next bit you just have to run, just have to
But they are actually
mean,
the group behind is going straight, as I said.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Now we don't have GPS. There are many runners in this group we don't have a GPS
Yeah,
on.
that's
So
true.
we don't know, for example, Joey Hadorn. But I would say he would need to go around because
Yeah.
he's such a strong runner. But, well, we won't know.
So the gap was 7 minutes then
Yeah.
between these two groups at control 16. Let's see whether it changes, whether there's... You do almost have to kind of go beyond the control
still
and
a
then back in on
possibility that
yourself.
they go out
Yeah.
a bit later.
But you can kind of go... You have to kind of go back on yourself to actually get into control 17 if you've gone all this route around. But I think it's still going to be quicker. It's not too wiggly. You're going to be on the road very soon. It's going to be super, super fast. But yeah, Pascal Scherer just like losing.
I mean, he still can see the lights, but hope his lights won't turn out soon. And I mean, very soon he's gonna need to start navigating on his own. I mean, definitely he will be navigating to the next control. Here it's not very difficult. See still a few of the runners.
Yeah, you can see he opens looks at his map really carefully here.
Now actually, I would say that we have more teams dropping behind. MS Parma, IFK Göteborg, Ravinen and Orion. Turving is quite far behind Suunistayat. So there's a group. Gemuko is very, very close to drop off as well. But I think the first group is Linnea, Kåre, Malung, NTNUI, Tisaren, Pant Kristianstad, Stora Tuna, Kolmården, Denzel, Helsingin Sunistajat, Södertälje, Nykvarn, and Göteborg-Majorna. Here we are behind. Is it Snättringe?
Yeah, Snättringe, yep.
We don't have a GPS on Snättringe. But there, I think I can spot Torun Sunistajat in front. So then we are... Yeah, exactly. Torun Sunistajat in front. So this is the now teams dropping off. IFK Göteborg's second team, Torun Sunistajat, Tyrving, Orion Ravinen, IFK Göteborg, and MS Parma. So now, very soon we will get another running cam, another operator.
Yeah, it's such a like a logistical undertaking to kind of have this relay of running cameras so we can keep up with these runners on this long night. And slightly different routes here.
You mean between the group behind her to the Metzing caveat and the leading group?
I mean, if Göteborg going to going a different way around.
I wonder if he's heading into the forest there. Hope not for him.
So. I don't think so. Maybe more like staying on the road. But yeah, look, you can see just then that so much slower pace of that second group. That obviously were 7 minutes behind.
But I mean, it's quite much less distance as well.
This
once they get into this open area after the cutting areas here, well, the speed can be quite good.
Yeah, but not 3 minutes per K good.
No, but it's much further to run. But this is so safe. I mean, they won't lose those 6-7 minutes they have in advance on this route. So it's so safe to play. And you don't need to navigate. You know that you will hand over to the next... Actually, now we are driving in a car here. You know that you will... I mean, they know that they're the leading group, and they know that they will hand over... Oh, now
so now we're catching up with them. So this is where they are...
Yeah, that was
catching up.
Tyrving group, I think. So now you can see that there's a gap here.
Really big gap there.
Here we have Södertälje and Gemuko. There's a small gap here to Linnea, and this is the leading group then.
Gap.
So there we have Södertälje and Gemuko. They are in danger now as well, and it is Liland, I think, still setting the pace.
With that big head torch battery in his back, on his back. Yeah, he's setting the pace, but there's guys looking fairly comfortable in that group. There's about 10 runners there, at least. All looking pretty good. Got NTNUI in there as well. Yeah. You can see quite a few of them still reading their maps on this section. So Lucas Leland look over the car going, what are you doing? Oh, okay, you're the running camera. Or the driving camera. I don't think have we ever had a driving camera before?
The driving camera is actually called runner on the GPS.
I'm pretty sure these guys were hoping they would run this way just so they could use the driving cameras as opposed to going straight through. Speeding up again now. So we're really very zoomed in then here on these runners. But they are...
Yeah, there's still
I was going to say,
a
I was
few
about to say
meters
they
left,
are
but very soon
approaching...
heading into the forest again.
Yeah. They've still got maybe a K or so actually along here before they'll properly be in the forest. And there are a lot more teams than are marked there.
Yeah. It's night now. Time to sleep.
Oh, okay. I'll go and have a nap then. There are actually still quite a lot of people out on that hill, to be honest. It's quite impressive. Because, to be honest, the long night is the most boring leg. So it just
But
goes,
actually,
it
I
just
think
goes.
this one was quite interesting.
I
think it was a good thing that we were overlapping, because that made the replay was quite interesting. And then we were in a technical demanding bit, and now we have this long leg. Actually, I mean, the execution is not the most interesting one, but it's interesting to see who is dropping off, because this you could predict that, yeah, a few runners will drop off and not be able to keep the pace when everyone has to run full speed.
I have to agree with you there, actually. Like, the fact that we could have that recap initially, the fact that we actually haven't seen all of the long nights.
And actually, I
has
can
been an
tell
advantage.
we had before Södertälje and Gemuko struggling a bit, keeping up with the pace. I think they just in the group still, and now very soon they will be heading into the forest. I think that's going to be a relief for them.
Okay, so they cross this bridge. Here, back in with the running. Just got to get the stabilization sorted out. Okay, so now into the forest, and they have some, again, decisions to make, but they look like they're mostly heading towards this, heading out of the forest and towards the power line. You could continue even more into the corner, just off the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, and then, again, use a track all the way pretty much just to the south of Control 17. But you can see just how the runners have kind of grouped back together again. They've taken the climb straight up from the river. And now they're like that transition from the street running back into the orienteering again, when you've been actually pushing it really hard. This is, I was going to say we could see some errors here, but actually it really is quite an easy section at the end here that I don't think there's going to be too many issues.
The tough thing now is that you have been pushing so hard heading into the forest again, and you start with a climb. Will be interesting. Will be difficult now. Still we have, yeah, definitely Ravinen, IFK Göteborg, Evans Parma, Orion dropping behind. More than a minute behind now. Oh, just kidding. It's not a minute. Yeah, it's probably exactly a minute to the last runners in the leading group. And now we are here with the second group. You can see that none of the teams behind. Kobe is going out there.
Yep, all alone there.
Yeah,
and
maybe not alone. We don't know if there are other teams there.
Could end up kind of looping around.
Yeah, but I think you would go out straight. If you go out, you should go out straight from the control.
Yes, so the chasing
But I think,
group
I mean, now
are like
they're halfway,
through.
and
Now they're picking up some tracks, though, you can see.
yeah, but they're halfway. There's quite a long time to go. Is it more than 15 minutes?
They're going to lose a lot of time.
Probably, because I would say it's about 3 minutes to go for the leading group to control 17.
Yeah, they're dropping in on this ride here. And yeah, now you can see there's like two groups, at least two groups who are GPS tracked. We know there are more runners in this group of, like, big group of 23 than are tracked. But yeah, they're having no problems here. They'll pick up the next track,
And then
drop
they can
into control from the north.
follow
Easy
it.
peasy.
Yeah, basically almost into the control.
Yep. Yeah, and you're not going to lose your place along that track.
Could also have passed those houses there, not do all of the climbing, then follow this smaller track from below to the control. But I think still it's the quickest if you have the energy to do all the climbing at once.
Yeah, so the gap from Marlungs to AFK Gothenburg, 1:22. And possibly
Yeah, but I mean, now they started to lose time. Usually when you start losing time, it's not turning around again. So they don't have eye contact. Physically, they're not as good as the others, obviously, because they had to let them go. This is a difficult point because now they have to be careful in order to not let this gap grow over 2-3 minutes to the finish, even if there's just a few controls left. But once you start to get tired on the long night, usually you don't get tired just a little bit. You get really tired.
Yeah, fall off a cliff, levels of tiredness. Yeah, it's really hard to kind of find some energy from somewhere, from fuel, from something like that, to try and get back. It's dark, it's getting cold. Ah, they're leaving the track here already.
I think they just lost the track. Actually, they want to go back in it again. So very soon we will change from the long night to the short night legs.
Yeah, 3 shorter legs.
Have proven to be very decisive in the past. It's kind of a restart. Many of the teams have like experienced older runners there, good night foxes to go around those courses. Can differ a bit in the speed. But it's
really
quite easy to lose 2-3 minutes on one of those legs compared to this one here. I mean, either you're in the group or you lose a lot of time on the long night. But then it's kind of gets nervous. Many runners around, many forkings usually.
And it's an obvious place to kind of put your weaker runners in the team. So those teams that really have the depth, their runners, like in quality difference to some of the next teams, will be a really big difference, I think. But yeah, no problems to 17, no problems to 18, then 19 we've seen before.
If they have problems to 19, it's really they really struggle physically.
Yeah, that's problematic. But they are all good.
And I mean, now it looks quite okay for the group behind. Then I don't think they're gonna lose much time from here. The gap didn't grow that much from the point where they left the street. So I think it's fine. They're about 1.5, 2 minutes. Yeah, 1.5 minutes behind. That's still okay for the restart. They're still in place to fight for the victory, even if you're in this small group behind.
Yeah, so that chasing group that was 7 minutes behind. Yeah, I think they've lost a bit more.
I don't know, not as much as I expected them to do, but it's a much bigger risk to take this one, both physically and technically. What are they doing now? No, here we have them filmed from the arena. You can see it's kind of a arena or a spectator control from distance.
Yeah, that's the 19th control, as you can see it. Then they've got to go around this out of bounds area back into the forest. But yeah, it's so great to sit in this commentary box and look into the forest and see all those runners coming down the slope. And only a couple more controls to go. You got cheers then into the forest as well. They cheer on their runners making their way down out of the forest, snaking their way back in, and then the long night will be done for these runners.
We had 15 teams punching the pre-warning. NTNUI, Stora Tuna, Helsingin, Sunnystajat, Linné, Malung, Tisaren, Kåre, Linné second team, Denzel, Kristianstad, Mora, Kolmården, Göteborg-Majorna, Södertälje, Turving second team. Those the 15 teams within 23 seconds. We're still waiting for the chasing group to come there. But now we get the runners to the finish, and who's gonna win the prestigious long night? Looks like
Really?
NTNUI
In
front. Mats Eidsmo he won it, I think, in Skellefteå.
Great work from NTNUI, and they just kind of
but
ticked off the opposition later.
The real star here, maybe Eskil Kinneberg, took this third group back into the fight, back up into the leading group. And Walter Pettersson fighting for the victory, actually going, overtaking NTNUI. He's gonna win it. Tiseren is gonna be the first team after the long night.
And Tiseren has a fantastic run. He caught up 23 places. He's had the quickest run there.
Yeah, he was in this group together with Eskil Kinneberg.
Yeah. But then he capitalized on it at the end. There's Linné and Stora Tuna neck and neck then to of the big favorite teams.
Denzel, Linné's second team, Malungs, Kåre. Now we can see the teams that struggled a little bit before, Kristianstad.
But Tiseren there, handing
Kolmården
over.
now at the finish. IFK Mora, Södertälje nu kvar. The gap now 33 seconds. Turving second team. Haven't had the Göteborg-Majorna there yet. It's actually the team missing. Here he is, Jonas Ecke. You could feel that he was struggling on the street, just made it to stay in this group.
Just about. That's 15 then together. I think we can say a group of 15, and then we will have a gap. And, strong work
and
then.
Actually, Walter Pettersson was the quickest runner of all of them here, 28 seconds ahead of Eskil Kinneberg. But we know that Eskil did a great part of this job here.
And they were 1 hour and 40, pretty much.
Now, it's very soon to approach is this second group. They were at the pre-warning about 1 minute and 25 seconds behind the first group. I mean, the back of the first group.
Here's OK Ravinen. This is Johnny Crickmore into the finish here.
Behind him, we're gonna see IFK Göteborg, then Tyrving, Orion, MS Parma.
Josh Dudley there from AFK Gothenburg, handing over just behind his British teammates. And yes, so this group then from Ravinen back lost 2 minutes on the leaders on that long leg. Just couldn't quite stay at that incredible pace being set by, looks like, Lucas Leland. I'm hoping we can have a chat to Lucas actually, because it looked like he was being the most kind of offensive one in that group.
He was at least the one deciding to go on this route choice out there. He's had the lead there.
Tyrving handing over. Orion there. And MS Palmer, you can see the outgoing runner in the yellow shirts.
It was just Dudley taking his heartbeat there. Manually checking it. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
But it's such a it's just such an incredible undertaking to do this long in the night in this incredible terrain, the tough run along the roads as well, the high speeds these guys have been doing, but all the drama like coming into this hyper group of 23 runners. Those leading runners kind of swallowed up, and then they hit the roads, dropped that group down to 15. Really, in that kind of pack together, and we still have 3 runners who dropped off the back of that group who we haven't seen finish yet. We have had the pre-warning for those last ones. That's Turin Sinisiat, Snetchinger, and AFK Gothenburg second team. So those 3 runners on their way into the finish very shortly.
And the group behind, I would say they're going to be at control 17 in about 3 minutes. There's still a bit of way to go, so I think they're going to lose here. About 3-4 minutes.
Yeah,
we have Turun Sunistajat.
Yeah, and they're like 5 minutes down here.
Just about right that the finish comes for him here.
So 21st there, snatching it into 22nd. And then here is IFK Göteborg, the second team. That completes that kind of hyper group of 23 athletes, and it'll be a good few minutes before we see anybody else here at the finish.
And now I'd say it's about a minute to go for, let's call it the E-mark group, to approach control 17. So the control just after the long leg.
när ni kom ut på den här jättesträckan hemåt, hur gick tankarna där? Fanns det några funderingar på att göra någonting eget eller anpassar man sig efter gruppen?
Nej, det var att hänga med. Jag vände på kartan liksom. Så jag bara, jävlar vilken sträcka liksom. Och då tänkte jag bara, nej det är bara att hänga med. Liksom, jag som de andra inte gör något dumt.
En riktig drömöppning på tisen.
Ja men verkligen.
And there is the changeover
Vad är målsättningen i år?
showing the next
Actually,
one of the map.
Now in our system, we lost EFK Göteborg first team, and I have to give credit here to Rahel Friedrich or Rydlinger waiting, listening to it at home, because she wrote to me and told me that she's not sure if Josh Dudley actually punched control 16, so the TV control, or if
At
he
the
just
start
passed
of the
it.
long leg.
Yeah. And now it's not in the system anymore. It says incorrect punch, so probably there has been
A miss punch. Yeah.
and just not being focused on the task, reading the map ahead, and not punching a control.
Yeah.
But we don't have that confirmed at all. It's just that
We don't know that it was
she
that
wrote
one,
to me,
but we
and-
do know that they've that team has mispunched.
Yeah, it says at least in our system. And we didn't really
Good
dare to
spot.
name it because we didn't see it ourselves. We tried to figure out if it's correct by asking, but we didn't get an answer, so we waited until now. But they're not in our system anymore. IFK Göteborg's first team.
Okay, so this is Joey Haddon. He went round.
Yeah,
I bet
he
you
went
he went round.
And he was quick on going around as well.
Yeah. Here we go, Joey Haddon from Norska. He wasn't in the
You can see it there.
tracking.
We had E-Mark as well. So not 100% sure that they went around actually. But we didn't have a GPS on E-Mark, so maybe
yeah.
he went around as well. We don't know.
But the group who went straight,
But they,
IKHP went straight, didn't they? And they were 8:26 down. So maybe it is all still in this group. They're just 8 minutes down. I think this is the group that
so
went
they
straight.
did lose actually.
They lost a
minute,
minute and a bit,
Yeah,
minute and a
yeah, that's
half.
true.
That's not actually that much. Just Joey Haddon's good on this end part. Interesting. So this is now this chasing group, now 8.5 minutes down as they hand over. So we can name some of them. We had Norska, IKHP, Tulinger, Opsal, Kovalan, Sunnistiat, Hagaby, Halden's second team, all in this group more than 8 minutes down.
Yeah,
Is this more
definitely.
people getting in touch with you saying that they miss you?
I get
missed
many
number
messages
16?
now. It definitely was control 16. He didn't punch, so yeah, that's where Josh Dudley. I mean, it's so tough. You're so focused on your task to keep in the group, and there's this incredibly long leg coming, and you try to figure out, okay, where are the others going? Do I have to be ready now for street running? Physically demanding, or will we go straight and it will be in the terrain or not? And then you're so focused that you just pass the control.
I mean, it's often the
obviously-
case if you're going to miss punch one, you miss punch like the one on the gate.
But it's also,
Like-
it's so annoying because it's not something, I mean, the group changed direction there. It was obvious that they punched the control, and he was just not focused and not punching it. I hope we will see a replay of that at one point here.
Okay, so we've moved into the terrain. Then now I can put away a map. Whee!
Yeah.
I can get a new map off my pile of maps.
Now it will be quicker.
Now
with the
they
map
will go
changes.
quicker. Yeah, because this is a short one. This is a very short
So
one.
here we
This is
have
6.5k.
Then we have Helsingin Sunistajat, Malungs, Kåre. Kolmården,
Linné.
Stora Tuna, Göteborg-Majorna.
8 teams in 25 seconds. Any word from the GPS tracking? Anybody had any problems so far?
Actually, didn't have the time.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I would have
lovely.
had the time, but I was focused on different things here. So yeah, here's team number 9, Pan Kristianstad, and well, let me see here.
Södertälje Nickvan.
Denzel did a
Titelen.
small mistake to the
Mora.
first control. Tisaran did a mistake to
And
control
that's
3.
Linné first team, so that's Milos Nikodim losing a minute there. Did Linné
Yeah,
have any
both
mistakes?
Tisaran and Linné missed the third control. Otherwise, it was quite okay. Here is a mistake by... Oh, that's the camera operator.
Teams through those 15 teams that we saw at the finish, all in that one group. But yeah, you said mistakes there from Tisaran and from Linné.
We're gonna have EFK Göteborg here, but I guess they were gonna be picked out of the relay after this leg. Then
Does that normally
Ravina,
happen? They get picked out?
they should be picked out in the if they are in the top teams, yeah, in the top group. Or they will be stopped for about an hour or something.
Okay, and then they'll be allowed to continue.
I think actually they were going to be picked out and then they have to do the restart. They should be, because they could actually influence the outcome of the relay.
Yeah, they could. They could at this point. Okay, so as you can see there, into 6th, 7th controls already.
Orion. Jens Wengdahl.
So this leg around 6.8 kilometers, 220 meters of climb, 41 minutes.
Tyrving there as well. Ivar Lundanes. Quickest so far on this 5th leg. Göteborg-Majerna, Björn Cederberg. Kolmården had
also doing quite well.
Kolmården had a great start. Filip Ossiansson is quick, but well, he's running for IFK Göteborg, so won't be in the result list.
MS Palmer also with a incorrect time, a disqualification. So Christo Heinemann running in this group might also get pulled, because MS Palmer with a mispunch somewhere along the line as well. Don't know where yet. So all of this group, you can see these common controls here, which is why we can show them to you.
Good direction here. Almost all of the teams, no bigger problems.
Again, fairly flat, fairly marshy around here, and then characteristics will change later in the course. But good compass direction from all
I can
of
say
these runners
that
here.
further back we have Turun Sunistajat and IFK Göteborg's second team struggling at the 3rd control. Yeah, they're not really close to get it yet.
So looks like no problems with this one. GPS slightly off, but not too bad.
And now basically we have one big group here.
Look at Linne and Denzel, and they're going to have to really watch their route, so they should head
So
back.
here we
Yes,
have it.
let's
So
look out
let's
for
see.
IFK Gothenburg. This is control 16, so we're looking for Josh
So
Dudley
we have
here in the blue and
Ravinen,
white.
Denson, all good. And there in the background you see it. It's just running past, not going to the control.
Yeah, oh, that's a good spot. Everyone at home who spotted that, strong work.
Can see there. Now again in the back, I think he is trying to save some. As I talked about before, when you're physically struggling a little bit, you try to optimize every step, and then you try to cut the corners every now and then to avoid a few of the meters that others lose on a bad micro route choice. And I think he did that. He was obviously not really reading the map at this point, because then he would know that there's a control to come, but sometimes you're just so into following the others that you not really know where you are on the course, and obviously that was the case here for Josh Dudley.
So I think Linne and Denson again going out towards that track. They found the control, no problems, but I think they've dropped back again here.
Yeah, I mean, bit interesting that we have a Linnea behind, about a minute behind the leading group now. Maybe the biggest favorites beforehand to win this relay. Otherwise, I would say we have Stura Tuna in the leading group. Helsingin Suunnistajat is there, and Tenui is there. Quite many of the top teams. Ravinen not far behind. They are actually getting really, really strong towards the end as well.
Yeah, Linne Minus-Nikkanen just needs to be careful not to lose too much more time, because he was needs to set it up well for his next athletes.
Ikalisten, I was talking about that before. Turun Suunnistajat, IFK Göteborg's second team, they did a huge mistake at the third control. So is Ikalisten. They're quite wrong there. Here we're back at control. Yeah, at one of the earlier controls.
Like 5, I think. Yeah. And Ferrum Tisvilde still in this top 30. So only 1.8 kilometers through. The next TV split will be at about 4.5. This is Norska.
Yeah.
And Halden. And
yes.
FK Gothenburg's second team.
Yeah, it was maybe a group that did this mistake here. Vi har Tobias Stergy, fotbollnorska, Mats Norbröden for Halden, and Gustav Asp for IFK Göteborg. And now it's also confirmed that there is a missed punch for IFK Göteborg. I mean, it's not very surprising. We've seen it in the picture. I mean, it's touch-free, but it's not that
It's
kind
not
of
that
touch-free.
touch-free. I know. He must have been within 3 meters of it. Oh, okay. Now we have some mistakes here. Turin Sinistiat in the orange.
That was the mistake I was talking about. We have actually Ikalisten doing something similar, struggling at this control.
Oh, when you have all these like dot knolls, small hills, it's so hard. And actually, Turin Sinistiat, they were like properly close to that as well. That's really hard. It's such a tricky area of map as well. Any more drama in the GPS?
Yeah, not really. What I can see here.
There's some young people on the screen who have far too much energy.
Give them another half an hour.
Okay, next runners through, I think, control number 5. That's Turin Sinistiat, who we saw make that mistake.
So this is what I was talking about, Ikalisten doing something very similar to what we have seen before.
Going a long way off to try and, you know, you think you've relocated, then you go the wrong way. Tricky times.
There's still about 4 or 5 minutes left until we see them next time at TV control. Okay, maybe we need 45 minutes. Half an hour is not enough. It's always the youngest ones.
Yeah, it's the ones who've done the
most
youth relay. They just like have a great party. Do their run.
I can promise you,
Stay up all night.
it's not the way I feel right now.
What do you mean? You're not full of beans, just ready to go. Still got 5 more legs of this relay, including
Not
3
that
really long
I don't
ones
have
at the
that
end.
kind of energy in me right now. You don't have that either. I can tell.
Yeah, I don't. But before we know it, the sun will start to rise again. We'll get a new lease of life. We'll have made it through the night. And if you're still watching...
Now you sound almost like the message of Tia Mila.
Yeah, I should do that. And if you're still watching, I hope you've got good snacks. I hope you've got a nice cozy sofa, a good set of blankets to snuggle up to and watch this relay.
And liters of coffee.
Yes. I've actually stayed away from the coffee mostly so far.
I had a few.
I had a few a lot earlier.
Yeah, not since the restart.
No.
I think it's mostly because the coffee station is so far away now. It was much better last year when we had it very close. But I'm a bit thankful as well because last year I was drinking too much coffee. It was.
Did it give you heart palpitations?
Yeah, I had an overdose of caffeine. It's not very long to go until we're gonna see the first teams approaching that TV control, if it is the one I think it is.
On the picture now, where you're looking at all these map boards, you've got the low numbers all the way to the left. Where number 303 is, there was a bit of green paper. So
Let's see
they
if I get the
can't,
body.
they can't pick up the next map.
No.
So they will be taken out.
Yeah.
That shows there are a few people huddled around there, and they've removed
What did they
their
do? They
maps.
huddled.
Huddled.
Yeah.
Huddled together.
That's
Grouped.
that's
Is
not a-
that your new English word of the competition?
maybe it's definitely not in my vocabulary right now. Huddled.
Huddled. They huddled
There was
together.
another word I should remember from one of the competitions last year, but I can't remember it. Maybe in about 1 or 2 hours. But
I
here
remember
we
one
have
of
the
the first
lamps.
English words that you adopted into the commentary was abysmal.
Abysmal, yeah, an
Which you
abysmal
thought was
mistake.
abysmal. You thought it was a noun,
Yeah, exactly.
but it's an
What is
adjective. people.
abysmal? Actually, to illustrate, Ika-Listen's mistake was an abysmal mistake.
It was an abysmal mistake.
Or Josh Dudley's punching at control 16 was quite an abysmal.
Mistake.
Yeah. But let's take the next teams, or the first teams to the TV control. We are waiting at
this
control
is
14. And we are waiting actually for Ukokore, NTNUI, GMOK, Malung, Kolmården, and Helsingin Sunistajat. Here we have Kore. There is NTNUI.
Neck and neck.
Göteborg-Majorna,
10 seconds behind.
still going strong.
Yeah.
Björn Cederberg. Malung, Stora Tuna, Helsingin Sunistajat.
Don't forget they've got a strong lot of Finns still to come.
Kolmården is still very good in this
Really
competition.
great. Look at that,
Kolmården.
3-4-8.
I mean,
48
Kolmården
last
is
time.
almost home terrain for this club, but still have to perform it.
And there's sometimes a bit of extra pressure, or people helping that you lose.
But I
from
mean,
the
it's
team.
not a club that has so much pressure on them.
No.
But a really, really good competition so far. This is IFK Göteborg.
Who will be disqualified? They'll be pulled from the
Tyrving.
race after the end of this.
Is it Tyrving's second team? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Södertälje.
Yeah.
Denzel,
Linné
Linné.
and Linné, yeah.
Yeah. Still second team up there as well. It's also very, very good.
So these runners still about 1 minute and 10 seconds down, which is where they were at the previous split. So running the same pace as the leaders, but it was that mistake at third control that kind of cost those Linné 1 and Denzel particularly.
Kristianstad.
Yep, the orange jersey, very recognizable.
Also very good competition by Pan Kristianstad. Often they're either very, very good or then they are far away after 1 or 2 legs already. But today seems to be such a day again.
They've cracked it.
Also got confirmed that MS Parma had mispunch. Don't exactly know where.
Okay,
Is Tisaren not a good sign?
No.
When you get into the picture like this, now it's totally off
Did they
direction.
relocate though?
I mean, it's very flat at this part in the night. That makes it very, very difficult to relocate. It's something different on a day leg, but here, when suddenly you're in a marsh and everything looks the same.
Or you can't see anything. Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing looks the
yeah,
same.
but then it looks the same as well if you don't see anything.
It really does. It's just forest. And you can't have gone too far wrong, but still to find out exactly where you are, that's so tricky. So 14 teams through at this point. Okay, Ravine in the last team we've seen through.
And actually,
Next
now we have
runners
a few
approaching.
teams struggling here at one of the controls. GMOK and NTNUI. Now caught by Linné. Get help there by Linné.
Yep, so the order changes again, or we kind of lose a few
And
more
actually,
from that very leading
there's a
group.
gap now. You have Kåre in the lead. Next thing is here, Orion Tyrving. 354, 356 behind.
Yep, Ivar Lundenes running for Tyrving. Again, there's lights approaching. More runners heading this way.
Also tell you that Ravinen is taking kind of a different route choice here to one of the controls, which, well, I on a day lag you would never do that. I think he's not gonna have the fastest time, but he won't lose very much either. This one. More teams to approach. Now I think it could be Tisaren. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, looks like it is.
Is it Mora back there?
I think so, in the white and blue. Tisaren Philip Jakobsen.
I think it is Linus Rapp for Mora. I think this is MS Parma, but they're out of the competition.
Out, yep. Christo Heinemann there. It was Linus Rapp for Mora. So 20 teams, but only 18 to count through at this point. Any more troubles with this next controls?
Small mistake by Antenui and Linnea, but actually not a big one.
Let's watch this, because this is this
that's just
we were just
mistake
describing previously.
That's where they were caught by Linnea. They were close to the control, but on the wrong side.
Yeah, you can tell they'd got to the steeper slope with the crowd.
No, you couldn't see it here, but it was actually Linnea that showed the control to them.
So waiting around control 14. We've also just got a little pre-warning screen up so we can catch the runners as they're pre-warned into the arena. It won't be very long before we have them.
No. It's hard to say which one it is. I think it's not the one they're approaching right now. Yes, it is, actually. So we had Thomas Landqvist there, OK Kåre. First team to punch. Second team there, 16 seconds behind Filip Adstin for Malung. Then we also had Helsingin Sunistajat, Einari Heinaro, and Stora Tuna Anton Forsberg. Also IFK Göteborg, but they are not in the competition anymore. So next team to come, Linné, 36 seconds behind, NTNUI 37 seconds behind, Denson 38 seconds behind, and Södertälje 41 seconds behind. We are waiting for GMUK and Kolmården. Second team for Linné, there as well, and now we also have Kolmården and GMUK, the gap there, 54 and 56 seconds.
So we're still waiting at control number 14. More runners on their way.
But in about 2 minutes, I think they will come out to the open area, just around the second last control.
I always find this really funny when we get to the arena, the changeover again, because suddenly we like bring all the music on again in the arena. The speaker gets louder and we wake everybody up who's gone for a nap in the tent close by.
So now Kokori has punched the third last control. They will be heading out to the open area now, to the second last control. Malung is there just a few seconds behind Helsingin Sunistajat. This is the miss punch of MS Palma, I guess. Or is it a mistake? It's just teasing. I don't know what they want to show us here. It's not the miss punch, it's just a mistake, but it's a mistake by a team out of the competition.
Yep. And now they come down slope into the fields, onto the grass.
And for first team to come here, UK Kåre. A great competition so far.
Yeah, Thomas Landqvist, and it was really that work done by Esker Kinnaberg to bring them back up into the reset here.
But you can see the other teams had good routes here out on the field as well, so it might be a bit closer.
Yeah, the gap was 14 seconds to the rest of the field, but that will be less now. Lots of cheers for the runners here.
Teams behind Malung, Linné. So good second part here for Milos Nykadum. IFK Göteborg, NTNUI, Helsingin Sunistajat, Stora Tuna, Denseln, Södertälje are the teams to come. Then there's a small gap down to Kolmården and GMUK.
Then a bit more of a gap to Ravinen off the back, Emil Granqvist. But this is Thomas Landqvist then. Fantastic run for Okakora. And in the blue and the yellow shirt, just coming into the finish here. We'll hand over, ready to start the 6th leg. 5 legs done, 5 legs to go. And the 3:15 for Okakora. And NTNUI in the second place. Oscar Edvardsson. We have Malungs there, Linné there as well. Denzel, and as you can see, this IFK Gothenburg team will now be pulled out here. So had Stora Tuna through the Södertälje Nick Van. That was Linné's second team down, 4 places there. Kolmården as well, and Göteborg Minor, 11 teams through. Then there's going to be a small gap back to Ravinen. But there we see Stortuna handing over. We will have had IFK Gothenburg removed from this group. There's Södertälje Nickvan handing over. This is OK Ravinen, clearly in some sort of night top. So maybe they're not quite recognized by the rest of the team. This is Emil Granqvist into 12th place. We're looking out for, then we should have a minute, I think, back to Pankow Hanstad, and then another couple of minutes back to Turving and Orion. So I can get rid of map number 5, and I can find from my pile map number 6. So sprinting out there, Kalavan Rasti. These are some of the previous legs finishing their runs. Big sprint out at the finish here. Lots of hard work from these guys, just coming from the long nights. Great support from these guys.
I took like very long way around on a small path. And just 12 seconds down, Milos, you did a really strong finish, and you're 44 down on place 9. So that's very good. That's very good.
So there's exchanges from these guys who've done that long night, just showing lots of support there for each other at the finish. But there was Turving handing over as well. Next, we should be looking for Ryan, Mora Tisaren, Jens Wangdal, Linus Rapp, Philip Jakobsen. So a lot of these runners are from other legs. A lot of these coming back after the long night. This is okay, Ryan, who they actually were very close to Turving and Juha Lundenes, so dropped back a little bit here on this very last stage from the pre-warning to the finish. So we can see 14 teams now into the finish. And we can get word then from the new leaders then, Okakora here, and we have Thomas Landqvist on the microphone there. Fantastic run, Thomas. It looked great from you, especially at the end. Tell us a little bit about your run.
Yeah, it was a solid run from the start. I just tried to be really, really careful with my orienteering, and I just stayed with the pack, following Anthony the whole course, and then all of a sudden I was up at front and got really nervous at the end, but I just managed to keep it together and stay calm and take one control after another, and yeah, work my way through the course.
Yeah, so you felt some nerves when you realized you were in a good position. What did you do to try and stay calm?
Yeah, I just tried talking to myself. It's crazy how many thoughts you can think when you're out in the forest. So it's my wife's birthday tomorrow, and starting to think about if the kid's gonna make her breakfast and stuff like that. So it was, but then I just kept it together and
could focus on my orienteering instead. So yeah, it was fun.
And obviously a great run from your teammates to put you into this position as well. Fantastic run from the long night runner from Eskil.
Yeah, he's so strong. So I knew that I was going to go out in front when the first 3 runners made us good races. Then I knew Eskil would be like, I would be on my own or I would be in a pack with some other runners, but I would be out in front. He's that good, so I knew that and could prepare mentally for my task.
Yeah, that's really, it's really good that you're able to kind of picture kind of those scenarios, and obviously running this like kind of tough forked leg in the night. Do you think you're a night specialist? Do you like the night? Do you like the night training through the winter?
Yeah, it's a lot of snow in Falun where I live, so it's not always the best the best to do night orienteering. But I've been running a lot of night through like almost since I was 10 years old. So I've been doing it for 28 years now. So I'm used to night orienteering, and I really like it.
Well, congratulations! It was a great run. You managed to keep it together when other people made mistakes. So well done.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, great to hear then from the leader, from Thomas Landqvist, just saying he was getting nervous at the end when he realized he was in a good position and he just needed to try and hold it all together. That was so interesting to hear, just talking to himself, almost like telling him he needs to not think all these other thoughts. That's not about orienteering. I'm sure like that's very, very relatable for lots of people watching at home. But yeah, really great to hear from him, and we still see some more teams in towards the finish. We have 18 teams into the finish. We'd be looking for Snatchinger, Tullinger next, the next couple of teams. But still, most of these runners coming into the finish here now are from the long night. All these runners with the yellow numbers, the black numbers are the ones we're looking out for the 5th leg finishers. And this is how it stacked up then. Okakura with the 6-second lead at the end over Entinui, but a lot of those big teams still in the mix. So Linné, Stora Tuna, Helsingin Sunnastajat with a strong group of Finns there. Kolmorden as well, doing still up there, still doing a great job. OK Ravina not too far back, as you can see there, into 12th place, 131 back. But those big favourites, the defending champions, Stora Tuna, Helsingin Sunnastajat and OK Linné, they are all up there. They've done exactly what they need to do so far in this relay. And then we turn to the next leg, the 6th leg. Again, very similar to the next one. This is the fastest on the leg. Emil Granqvist then from OK Ravinen was the quickest, did a good job. Thomas Landqvist, who took the lead there, 2nd quickest. So, and actually a lot of those teams actually no, they are still kind of in that leading group. Einari Heinero, Anton Forsberg, all in those fastest on the legs. I love seeing all of these statistics as well. And this is also good to see the gained positions. And for Thomas Landqvist, that was fantastic result for him. Up 8 positions to number 1. Great run from the Marlings runner, Philip Vadstein, up 5 positions to number 3. Kent Olsen from Södertälje also up 5 positions to number 8. Those were the big climbers. So we can switch our attention then to the number 6. And Jonas, have you managed to have a little look at any GPS tracking, any issues there in some of our first controls?
I can see that Kolmorden dropped behind a little bit. Gemuko dropped behind a little bit more. Generally, it's fair to say that it's starting to spread out a little bit. Those top teams, they're not all together anymore. It's basically like 5 to 10 seconds between almost all of them. And now we can see them come here, and then we in the lead. Stora Tuna in 2nd position, 11 seconds behind. That's what I'm talking about. Now it seems as if many of the runners actually a bit on their own with a few seconds in between. Here we have Linné. And Södertälje to come here. This is after 1.8 kilometers. Filip Gran running for Södertälje. Next team to come is Helsingin Suunnistajat with Veli Kangas. We're waiting for Denzel, Malung and Ravinen. Here we have Malung. Maybe not perfect direction here. Denson as well.
But NT Nui recovered from quite a few mistakes actually on that fifth leg. Really did manage to recover.
Ravinen here, Edvin Forsberg, 124 behind. Kåre next to come. They lost time here in the first bit. Carl Valheim, now 145 behind. Next team should be Göteborg-Majorna. And then Kolmården. Those the last two teams of this first group. We have Pan Kristianstad, but they're about 2 minutes behind. Behind Göteborg-Majorna and Kolmården. Here we have Göteborg-Majorna.
Yeah, just looking at his map very closely. Linné, the second team. This is called Kolmården.
Don't have a GPS device on Johan Velin for OK Linné second team.
So here we can see the tracking then on the next section of the course. So we had, I think the TV control maybe like number 4.
Interesting there. Is Södertälje actually heading out to the path?
It's quite an extreme. But then otherwise there's a lot of marsh running, or a lot of running very close to the marsh on very
he has to cut over
indistinct
the marsh.
features.
Yeah. Okay, you can run around the marsh. I think it's quicker to go straight, actually.
But maybe some like low self-confidence in the orienteering ability, maybe.
Yeah, but he's a very good night orienteer, Filip Gran.
So back at 1.8k mark.
Waiting for Pan Kristianstad.
Yeah, now more than 4 minutes behind our leaders.
Was a runner from the lake before.
Yep.
Here we have them. Gernot Umsén.
Yep, Gernot Umsén, former Austrian international. Now Storatuna just has to be careful here.
Former medalist at international championships as well. I think he won a medal at the European Championships long distance in Switzerland.
You have a better memory than I do.
You've been there as well.
I know, I was there. Some people's brains work this way, and it's not mine. But
Yeah,
again,
at least not at 2:30 in the morning.
no.
I can see now, Södertälje, I mean, he has to cut over the marsh anyway.
Yeah, I think he's going to lose some time there. Back to
I mean, not
Marlon group.
much, but I don't know. Yeah, Sturatuna not having a good direction there. And now
No,
let us
he
see.
lost
is that-
direction across the marsh, and then
Yeah.
it's whether you can.
But now he
regain
gets the
that.
path, so it's
Yeah.
he's gonna be safe.
Yeah, even if he loses time. That's Ville Johansson for Storatuna, the yellow. You know what, I'm so glad when I have a half a brain at 1:30 in the morning that all of the colours match up on the GPS tracking. Just makes things easier.
They actually do.
Yeah, have you only just realised this?
I haven't realized that before, but now when you say it.
Yeah, they match up to their tops. Have you not noticed that?
No?
Thought everybody knew that. Yeah, they match up. So Orion will be some sort of dark blue, I think, who's just punched that control number 4.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, okay. Pan Kristianstad maybe not that kind of red they get on the GPS here, but otherwise,
Yeah.
I'm almost
Learned
agreeing
something
with
new.
you.
You've learned something new today.
But this, I mean, I learned something new today. Has that been like this before? Have I missed out on this all the time?
Yeah.
No, I mean before Tiomila,
Yeah.
in other competitions as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good. I learned something new today.
Yeah, this has definitely happened. Maybe not in the...
Has it happened or does it happen all the time?
I think it happens quite often, and always in the club ones. I'm not sure it always happens in the World Cup when you're running for your country rather than your club. But for clubs, it's been like this for ages.
Yeah. Easy to say now.
I'm sure I can find some photographic evidence for you. But actually, this mistake from Storatuna not cost them loads,
No,
actually, here.
I mean, he realized very quickly when he came to the path where he was.
Yeah. And now you can just focus on this gap between the marshes by the lake. The small tarn.
Kolmården, that's not a good direction there.
No, absolutely not. I don't know where... Maybe you think you've crossed over the marsh, like much further kind of west?
West.
That's just a very strange direction. Well, again, he'll loop back round and find the path and then hopefully do some good from there.
I don't know if he's going to find the path in that direction. He's kind of
No.
running parallel to it.
Again, that's one of the athletes from a previous leg. Back at control number 4. Last scene we saw through there was Orion. So these with the black numbers.
was
all
it
on
really?
number 5.
Orion before. Could have been Nyköping as well if it was the leg before. I don't know, I didn't see the jersey that closely.
Well, these are all the black numbers. These are all from the previous leg.
Yeah.
They're leg 5. I can't remember what numbers we're looking for now on leg 6, but certainly those are all leg 5. Again, Töving heading towards
And you
the
can
path,
see
and Orion
Kolmården
too.
really not finding the path in that direction. It's quite, he's been running
For quite a while now. in the
yeah,
forest
it's
without
quite a
finding
long
anything.
distance. He must kind of get the feeling that he's not on the right
Yeah, but not doing anything
place.
about it yet.
Yeah, not really. At least he should be, yeah, I mean, he's running it, yeah. He should be checking the compass because he's not running the direction to control 7.
No. But behind Ntenui then on the top left from Trondheim University, and Linné there as well. So these are the 2 leaders. We should have Storatuna not too far behind. And Ntenui, the winners from 2 years ago. Could find out when Linné last won. again, our running camera chasing these athletes through the forest. You can see lots of runners from other legs now, like lights in the forest, trying not to get distracted from those. Lots of light in the forest here. And you can see that Linné's just gone ahead of Entenui now. And I wonder if this will be a lot of the runners from the wave start maybe on this long night leg. It started like an hour or so after the rest of the field. Oh, there's Doratuna in the black and like night
There's
kit.
also-
It's Doratuna.
I think it's more runners on the way to a different control on the same course. Could be from the leg before. I think that's the reason why they're crossing there.
Yep, makes sense. Those three teams, all you can see how they can just catch a glimpse of each other. But looks like Linné trying to get off the front of this group. That is Cornelius Kristad-Löfvald. Well, good job from our camera
Really
runner
good job.
keeping up with them.
You can
for
hear
so
that
long.
it wasn't easy to follow
It's
them.
so tough. Where are they now? On their way towards the 11th control, heading east. And
It's slightly
some people
different
still
route
awake.
by Doratuna compared to Entenui and Linné. But they will be all together again in just a few seconds.
Some good camp outs there. Still some energy. They haven't
They
crashed
still
yet.
have the energy.
It's still
I gave
got-
them
You know
45
what?
minutes, but it's
It's
more,
more
actually.
than that. You know what? They're giving me
They're
energy
really going-
actually as well.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
really going for the long night here.
They will see the sun come off as well.
Well, it's not that long to go,
No.
about 2.5 hours.
Marlungs, I think, here.
Yeah. Ludwig Åhlunds.
Yeah, in around, that's kind of 6th place.
Ravinen.
Yep. That's so confusing that they have these dark kits now. It's really annoying.
Different. It was kind of funny in the beginning when they had started to have that, but now it's just... It's easier when they have the same shirt all the way.
As long as I remember that it's a thing. then it's kind of better.
I don't really.
But the
know
OK
what-
Ravinen kit is so distinctive, though. It's really annoying that
This is
when it's different.
mistake by Tampere Pirintö. Like quite far behind though.
Yeah, quite a long,
Yeah, they're
like a
far
long
behind.
way. They must have lost direction very, very early on.
Mm.
And then now to be in this marsh, don't know exactly where you are. Maybe you can catch the crag there. And now OK. So midway through leg 6. Well, coming to the end of leg 6. These three very short night legs, 6.8, 6.8, and then we have a 5.8 to round off before the relay kind of goes into its kind of fourth and final section. Those 3 longer legs to end the whole relay. And in fact, the last leg is only just a kilometre shorter than the long night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they still get energy.
This is Denzel.
Yeah, it is. I think we could spot Malung as well in the picture, just a little bit ahead of them.
Any issues here with these forkings around this point? Everyone doing okay?
Yeah, so far so good. But, well, definitely Linnea now with an advantage over Stora Tuna and NTNUI. Maybe due to forkings as well. Now we are waiting here at control 14, and I think the lamp we can spot there. This should be OK Linné.
Yep, it is Cornelius Christian Lefald for Linné. Was in 3rd place, now caught up, overtaken Stora Tuna and then NTNUI. He ran the same leg
And he had this
last year.
fastest time on this leg last year.
And then they will hand over to Anderson, who also ran the 7th leg last year.
And he was the 3rd fastest on that one.
We got all the stats ready today.
Yeah, 12 seconds behind he was in that leg then. But here we have him.
And this, for me,
Linné.
is where I would expect Linné to make the difference, is because they have that depth. It's a difference on these kinds of legs. And now they're starting to make that gap on the rest of the field. They've just got, you know, 10 quality
I mean,
guys.
still, we have to say we still have the big favorites, all of them within 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Stora Tuna is still there, NTNUI is there, Ravinen is there, Helsingin Stunistajat. So yeah, many of the top teams still going strong here.
So yeah, we're waiting at control 14 again.
Yeah.
We've had Linné through, and
But
his gap has
actually,
grown quite a lot.
Yeah, they didn't have the best direction, a bit saved by a path. No, or they saved by a path? I don't know. Stora Tuna's continuing in the bad direction. Definitely a mistake going on here.
So who will actually be the next to this control then?
I think they got back now. This is...
Yeah,
this is
that's
Södertälje.
Södertälje.
Yeah, so Philip Gran. And I think now we have the teams coming
Previous.
back there. No, no, I can tell you that Stora Tuna and NTNUI, they are doing a mistake here.
That's OK Ravinen.
Helsingin Sunistajat here as well. They were saving. Now I can tell you that Stora Tuna changed direction, punched here, 138 behind, and should be NTNUI here as well. Yes, indeed, 145 behind, but about 40 to 50 seconds mistake here for NTNUI and Stora Tuna.
Now they've dropped off that leading group, and the gap between OK Linné and the rest of the field, 1 minute 15. That feels
And
pretty significant
Malung,
now.
bad direction out from the control before as well. About to make a mistake here. Now they change direction though. But still not sure if they will be straight to the control here. This is Denzel.
And if you think about the outgoing runners, we have some coaches in this like warm-up area that can give them information. These runners really have quite a lot of information before they go out. You know, if you can say the next runner from Okeline, they know they have a bit of a, they'll probably find out they have a bit of a gap. That's if they want that information. They might want to run with no information at all, but like that is all at their disposal because you have the coaches looking at either the broadcast or the live results, and you can feed that to your athletes.
Here we had Malungs now 241, so not a very big mistake, but bad direction out from the control. Now there is a gap. I think the next teams, at least having GPS devices, in about 2 minutes, will be Pan Kristianstad, GMK, Kåre. They have more teams here. It could be from the leg before.
Yeah, so still sitting at control number 14, where the rest of the runners, as you can see here, making their way back towards the arena. So this is where we saw others with a mistake on the previous leg at this 15 HG.
Was it Södertälje? No, hard to say.
Can't remember, didn't write it down.
Kolmården maybe?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Antinui backing out of this. Oh, he's got the other one.
Yeah, another mistake now, 2 in a row.
I mean, they've recovered from mistakes before, but this might be tricky. And thank you for the delivery of sweets to the commentary box now. They will keep us going. I was just thinking I needed a bit of sugar.
Living on sugar.
Yeah. This is the only way to get through, actually. This long night.
The fizzy pop.
The fizzy pop sweets. I'm going to open them. This is just so you can hear. Pick it up.
Is it, what is it called? Is it ASMR or something?
Yeah.
We have this, people are sleeping at home and they get our noises from bags, plastic bags. So now, yes, here we're waiting for next teams to come. Should be Pan Kristianstad, Kåre, and then about 5 to 10 seconds gap to GMK. Here we have Pan Kristianstad, Gernot Umsen, Linné's second team. This is Kåre, Karl Valheim. And here we have GMK. Melker Åkesson. There's another GMK team, but from the leg before.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a similar end to this relay, though. And actually, soon will we have people at the pre-warning soon? I think we will. Rattling through these legs.
Well, we have about 2 minutes left, I guess.
So who is the quickest then on this leg? It looks like, yeah, Okeline. No surprise there. Cornelius Kristad Löfvald. Quickest. 8 seconds behind OK Ravina and Edvin Forsberg, doing a very good job. And that's because we've had mistakes from NT Nui, mistakes from Storatuna. Things change again.
I think We are waiting for Tyrving to approach this control as the 13th team. They are. Torge Tiltnes Norbeck and Tannery with one of the teams the leg before.
So I guess if you're running the next leg, you just stayed up the whole time, tried to have a nap in the afternoon?
No, usually, yeah, you try to get some sleep
But like
from
8,
like
9
6
o'clock?
or 7.
Yeah.
And then usually you just...
Close your eyes and don't
Yeah.
actually go to sleep.
Exactly. It's actually the most difficult one to sleep because you should be eating about 3 hours before. Makes it... You have to go up around 11. So sleeping until 11 is not the easiest thing to do. On the other hand, you know that if you don't sleep starting at... You start at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's still okay. It's worse legs after when it goes towards 3 and 4, then you should be sleeping, otherwise it's going to be tough.
So we have had the leading teams then pre-warned. Linné 40 seconds ahead of Helsing and Synestheat, and then another 5 seconds back to Okerovinen and Storatuna.
Interesting here, actually, splitting up. Pan, Kristianstad, and Kåre, they go this around. This was on the last leg I was talking about this one, and thought...
The thing is, because you could
not
go,
necessarily.
you can go straight, and then you can pick up the like feld area, the semi-open area, and then
you can
you're like okay.
But you can also go to the north of the hill and just around it. Roundability is actually quite okay. I don't think you would. I mean, it doesn't matter too much. But you have to go. You do quite much more distance, especially if you head towards the G control. And interesting, they have 2 different controls here, Kåre and Pan Kristianstad.
But I guess you're just feeling like you want a bit of safety. You want
But I
that
mean, if you
track.
compare it now to Giamuco, I think if Giamuco gets the control without any problems, he will be ahead of
I
Pan
think so.
Kristianstad, and he was behind before, so... but it seems as if Genotum Sen actually is following Kåre towards the wrong. Now I think he's turning direction. Maybe got this hill there.
Okay, so now back at the arena then, we're looking out for Linné and Cornelius Christopher to be our new leader at the finish.
But the
It's
gap
kind of
isn't
hard to
that
see.
good, that big anymore.
No, he's lost some time because it was like
It
over
was
a minute. Now it's 40
at the
seconds.
pre-warning,
now
and it's less here.
Yeah, so losing some time at the very, very end, being chased back down by the others, but still in the lead then for Linné. Job done.
Job well done.
Yeah, not... you don't need to win it on this 6th leg at all. Just need to get around without too many big mistakes. So that was the leaders then through there. We're waiting for the next runners. Down
It's
to
going to be Storatuna, Ravinen, Helsingin, Sunistajat, and Södertälje.
This is the leader, so this is back with Linné, I think. Down to the last control here. This shed, painted like a control, craned into the arena. Then there's all these candles burning in the grass here to light your way back down towards the finish line itself. And there's the chase on from Storatuna, I think. You can see behind there. as Cornelius, just Christophe Leffold. Leffold just keeps it nice and steady here, all the way to the line. And will hand over to his teammates. We are looking now for the next runners who are working hard here for Stora Tuna. Them with the same team that they had when they won last year. So Ville Johansson handing over there, and then we had Helsing Sunnestiat, Södertälje, Nick Van, OK Ravinen, all within seconds of each other. So these top 5 within 20 seconds. So very good here from those athletes to kind of catch back up to Ökeline.
And actually looking at the GPS we have been following before, Pan Kristianstad and Kåre, and it seems as if Pan Kristianstad went to the wrong control, but we don't really know. It could be a mistake in the system as well with the GPS, with the forkings in there, but he was definitely not at the G control as it's written here. He should be.
Then next runner into the finish, NT Nui. They're the winners from 2 years ago, but you know they've recovered from mistakes on leg 5, back into a good position, but then kind of dropping a little bit behind Linne, and then a big mistake at number 14 for them and Stora Tuna, so just dropping back. So a few mistakes throughout this leg for NT Nui, but still into 6th place. Still a good position for them. This is Denzel, next team in number 7, and that's, we have another team pre-warned, Okakora, Ludwig Åland, and then a couple more teams now at our pre-warning control, but it will be a few minutes then actually before we see the next one. Marlungs, I missed out Marlungs here. Yeah, Ludwig Åland next to finish. And yeah, there must have been some was there mistakes from Ökeline at the last part of this course? Because I think there were certainly some issues.
Yeah, he had a small mistake at 18, but actually it was some hesitation in, but the mistake itself was maybe 10 seconds max. But he was hesitating a little. Maybe it was like on the leg before that he got, where we had Kåre, that he got a little bit nervous towards the end of the course, approaching the arena in the lead.
There's Marlungs handing over their 6th leg to 7th leg. And I'm going to use this point to get rid of this leg 6 map and pick up leg 7 from my pile of maps in front of me.
Now we have a few minutes left until we have the next teams to come. It's going to be Pan Kristianstad, GMOK and Kåre.
And this next leg, leg number 7, is the shortest of the lot at 5.8 kilometers roughly. And the expected winning time, 35 minutes. So just a bit longer than a middle distance race. A nice and short one.
Now I can feel that the energy level is decreasing here among the spectators. It's not the same kind of dancing anymore.
Not quite.
Here we have those, the 3 teams I mentioned before. Might be a few other lamps here from another leg. But we are waiting for Kåre, Pan Kristianstad and GMOK. There I think I see a pair of zebra tights. Indeed, those are the 3 teams, Kåre, Pan Kristianstad and GMOK. And well, I just Yeah, we have to double check that punch there from Genotim Sin. It's definitely not the way we have it in our system, how we approach that forking. But sometimes we have mistakes in the system.
Yeah, so we'll watch out then. Will be the download before we see that. So we'll see these 3 teams then in towards the finish. Gilmore Core looks like at the moment leading this little sprint finish here for the next athletes. And we can also then bring you a little interview then with the leader of this relay. So Cornelius Christian Löfvald, fantastic run from you. Again, I mean, you're making a thing of this 6th leg. Tell us a little bit about your run.
Yeah, it was a good run for me. Went out in a very stable pace, I think, and yeah, it was just about making a stable race all the way, which I've managed to do quite well. I felt that I got a little gap at the second tier control, and after that I was a bit more nervous. So yeah, a few time losses in the end, but overall very stable.
Did you actually notice, it was just before the second TV control, when in the forking system, when you were able to break away, did you notice that they had different controls, and did you notice that you're taking over the lead now?
Yeah, I was a bit unsure, but because I was with Stora Tuna and Anthony there for a while, and then I felt that we split up, so yeah, I obviously felt that the forking was there, and yeah, I went really stable there, and when I didn't see nobody in front of me, and it was quite dark and silent in the forest, I had an idea I was in the lead, but of course wasn't.
Did it change anything for you, for how you behave in the forest? I mean, it's a bit usually when you run in a group, you have a bit of an eye to the left and to the right, and you double check things when they have another direction. You can double check. Then it's suddenly you're on your own. Does it change anything for you?
I actually like it at best when I'm alone in the forest. I feel that when I can do my own orienteering with no distractions, that's when I'm at best. So it shouldn't change anything. But of course, when I felt I was in the lead, that changed like mentally for me. I was a bit more shaky, I would say, in the end.
Yeah, because of course you've got this job in a, you know, you have this role in this 6th leg to kind of stay in contention, I guess. You don't want to make any big mistakes.
No, of course. Our techniques is not to make any super runs or try to break away. It's just about making stable races through the whole relay. Yeah, so that was my job. Just carry on the good work from the others. Really good job from the other guys before me, and it was just about carrying it to the next leg.
Yeah, well, you've done just that now, so congratulations, great run from yourself. Thank you so much for chatting, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the race as well.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from the leaders then, Cornelius Christian Löfvald. And yeah, so many runners actually talking about like how, obviously we're only hearing from the leaders pretty much in the competition, but how
not pretty much, we only hear from the leaders.
We've only heard from the leaders, but how they all talking about the difference in orienteering when they kind of know they're in the lead and when they're alone in the forest, and maybe getting a little bit nervous and having to just kind of...
But I mean, it's something special when you're approaching the arena, you start to hear, I mean, here in this place here, when you start to get closer to the arena, you're just on the top above it, and you hear the speaker, you see the lights down there, you heading down the slope, and you are very much aware that you're very close to be the first one to change over, and to play it cool then, well, it's not the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, you just have to trust in all of your training, really, and just maybe put in a few extra seconds of safety, and he did that, but he still ended up in the lead. It's fantastic.
actually already at the first TV control on this 7th leg, waiting for the teams to come. I think we have the first teams here. We can see that we have a change in the lead. It's now Helsingin Suunnistajat, 1 second ahead of UK Linné. Wasn't really a mistake by Linné. Just the fact that Jussi Rasaka for Helsingin Suunnistajat did a great job here. Was really attacking in his orienteering. Was able to catch Rasmus Andersson on the way to control 2, I would say. Probably see a replay of that later on. We have the next team to TV control, Södertälje Nykvarn with Jonas Leandersson. Here, Stora Tuna, we can see that gap now. 1:26 between Helsingin Suunnistajat and Stora Tuna, followed by UK Ravinen. 1:32 behind. On the leg we have Ole Kalered for Stora Tuna and Quentin Roturier for Ravinen. So the next teams to expect here should be NTNUI. Seen from the changeover. So here we have 2 lamps approaching this control. I think we have NTNUI. They're back, and Malungs OK into 6th position. So Oskar Sandberg running this leg for Malung, and Anders Westöl for NTNUI. Now, as much as I can see, there's quite a gap now to the next teams. At the changeover, the gap between Malung and Pan-Kristianstad chasing here is about 3:45. So the lamps approaching this control here, they are not from leg number 7. Benson here. And they were actually in the group a little bit ahead. Did a mistake though, we can see it here. So now they're in between this first group at the changeover and the second one, chasing behind. You can see it's off direction. And then had to climb up the hill again. Hugo Persson. We had 8 teams here. Those were the 8 teams that we had within 2 minutes at the changeover. Looking at the GPS, I can tell you that we still have UK Linné and Helsingin Suunnistajat in the lead. More or less together, it's Linné in the driver's seat. And there is a gap of a little bit more than a minute. Down to Stora Tuna and Södertälje. If you look a little further behind towards the next teams, which will show up here, small mistake by Kåre, just in the circle at control 3. But we are talking about 15, maybe 20 seconds. So they will still come together with Pan Kristianstad and GMK. Now we can definitely see that we get less spectators in the arena. Back at the TV control, still have to wait for another, let's say, half a minute for the next team to approach here. Interesting, in the lead now, they split it up, Helsingin Suunnistajat and Linné. Not together anymore, slightly different route choices towards control 8. Back with the focus to this TV control. I think we're gonna see 3 lamps very soon. Pan Kristianstad, UK Kåre and GMK. Should be the 3 of them here. Yeah, Linné there as well. Second team. This is Anton Siljer for Linné second team, Måns Östman for Göteborg Majorna, Simon Svensson for Pan Kristianstad, and then Kåre with Peter Eriksson. So this is the recap from the start. You can see there is a small gap from Linné compared to the others. And look at the start of Jussi Raseka for Helsingin Suunnistajat here. GPS is lagging a little bit. Running really well to that A control. Might be slightly quicker if you have the A control compared to B and C. That's a place where Linné and Helsingin Suunnistajat were able to break away from Stora Tuna and Södertälje. See that both of them heading to the A control. This place here actually a little bit further away. Had the shortest option at the first control, but further to go at control 3. A small mistake there by Stora Tuna. First getting to the B control and then have to go back to the C option. Here different route choices. Helsingin Suunnistajat compared to Linné. Linné choosing to go and use that path. Seems to be a little bit quicker. Can build up more speed there. And of course get a lot of help with your navigation. And this was also the place where you could see the mistake of Denzel. Back to the TV control. This is Turving and Emil Albeck into 13th position. 9 minutes and 32 seconds behind. Actually, was he at the control there? Helsingin Suunnistajat. Yeah, it seems as if the GPS was off a little bit. Different route choices here to control 8. They had different controls as well. This is quite a tricky one here into the green area. Razak has GPS many points slightly off, so I think we can be quite sure that he was actually at the control. And another mistake by Denson at control 7. I'm not sure if he has gotten the control. It was very close to it at least, but now heading back towards D control. And in front still Coligny, just a few seconds ahead of Helsingin Suunnistajat. But the gap is growing compared to the other teams. You can see that Stura Tuna actually now going straight to the next control. Could go straight. They're running a little bit around. Now we are at the next TV control waiting for the leaders. Here we have Rasmus Andersson. Here's Jussi Razaka. 7 seconds the gap.
Yep, so 3.9 Ks of the way around. At control number 11 here. Got the sound then from the running camera on the top left-hand corner, trying to catch up with a couple of runners. Presumably trying to catch up with the leaders. Now, this looks like Stora Tuna here, again at this 11th control. It was okay, Ravinen. Here we are, have him. Quentin Roturier, Södertälje Nick Van, Jonas Leandersson. Stora Tuna. So there's lots of runners going through there, but only, well, I was about to say only 3 we care about. Only 3 running this 7th leg.
But if you look at the split times or at the times for just this leg, it's very obvious that Linné and Helsingin Suunnistajat quite a bit quicker than the other teams. 1.5 minutes, the gap. And basically starting together as well.
Yep. Yes, they've managed to kind of stay together. These two teams in the lead.
Now, actually interesting. Let me see what happened here. I don't know. Linné is just staying at one place. I don't know what happened there. His GPS device is not moving, but it's not frozen either.
Oh.
Maybe he lost it.
I mean, that's quite extreme to lose it.
We will see at the next TV control, but
Yeah, we'll have the pre-warning, control 15.
the thing is that we had the camera operated there. I guess he would have stopped if he was injured as well.
I mean, it's quite extreme just to stop, though.
I think he lost the GPS device, actually.
So we've just seen Entenui through. Anders Vestal. This is Malung. Oscar Sandberg. And then lots of other runners on this kind of eastern section of the map. Very, very close together.
And I can also tell you at control 12, we have Södertälje and Stora Tuna, and they're doing a mistake here.
So play into the hands of OK Ravinen and Helsingin Sinistriat as well, of course.
The
OK
mistake.
Ravinen looking okay.
Yeah. Good question. Where are they?
Ravinen was in the group
But
with Södertälje and Stora Tuna.
I can't see their GPS, it's frozen.
Okay.
But was a mistake by Stora Tuna and Södertälje, I would say about a minute. So very soon NTNUI is almost up there now. At least almost together with Södertälje. Stora Tuna is a little bit ahead.
Well, Stora Tuna, I think, is the runner we can see here.
It
we
is.
could just see, you can see how much speed they're able to get up on the track here. I could glimpse a little hint of yellow in the camera earlier on.
And very soon, in about 1.5 minutes, we'll have the pre-warning, and then I can tell you.
What
We
has
have
happened to
Linné.
Linné? Yeah.
I think they're still up there. I think it just lost the GPS device because it's really staying at the same place all the time.
Yeah, for an athlete just to stop, it's very,
Yeah, and so many
unusual.
other athletes to pass him and not to stop would be very strange.
Can almost see these the lights going like searchlights through the forest.
Small mistake by NTNUI as well. At the same control as we had Stora Tuna and Södertälje with a time loss.
So back at the 11th control. Waiting for the next runners to come in. They should be here very soon.
Should be Denzel.
Just been out for a walk around, and I have to say the atmosphere is still pretty good in this arena. Lots of people kind of cheering
I was
on their
telling
runners.
before when you had the picture from there that it's now less spectators here, definitely.
Oh, definitely fewer, but it's actually, the atmosphere is still pretty good. Lots of people cheering on their runners, but it's really cold. The wind is a really, really cold wind. I've come back and had to put an extra layer on because it's just whistling through this arena, really bringing a cold air with it.
Struggled quite a lot throughout the course.
Yeah,
And
good
actually,
person.
now we had the pre-warning and we had Jussi Arasaka there.
Yeah,
but
Helsingin
we
Sinistriat
had
alone.
no punch so far, Uko Linné. It's been there just a few seconds. Now we have
now we
punched
have Linné.
37 seconds behind.
That's quite a lot of time lost then, for being 7 seconds ahead.
We will never know where it happened because
No.
we don't have the GPS.
We don't have the GPS at all. There behind Siditelli and Nick Van here, Jonas Leandersson. Running along this track here from 12 to 13. Continuing ahead there, and of course, as you can see, we don't have...
yeah, it's exactly at the
Linné.
place where we have Denson. There is the GPS device of Linné. At least it's easy to find if you go and look.
Yeah.
If you're quick enough and it's still on battery.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, it won't move, so you know where it is, even if the battery is running out. But we can see there behind that Göteborg Majorna was able to run away from Pan Kristianstad and Kåre. Måns Östman actually having quite a good run here. 2 minutes slower compared to the first two runners, but they were more than 1.5 minutes quicker than the next fastest.
So we had that pre-warning at 14. So we should see the time of Stora Tuna there very, very shortly, defending champions. And as you can see, not very far to go for Helsingin Synestia, the leaders, before they come into the arena.
Actually, it's almost a bit of waste to have Jussi Rasakan such a short leg. He has proven to be in such a good shape in many of the competitions early on in Finland. Now just out on a 35 minutes leg, but you can see here, obviously, can make a difference here.
Yeah, it can make an absolute difference here, even on such a short space of time, such a short distance.
So now I think we are actually waiting for Helsingin Suunnistajat already to the changeover.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Yes, you can tell by the pace.
According to the speed.
Me.
Yeah, look at that shape. It's really, really quick. Of course, he has only been running for 35 minutes, but still.
Still. Fantastic speed there. Just picking up his legs. Looks super, super smooth. Still reading his map on this point, and we will look back and see where Linné are. So this is the end of leg 7.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting now. How big is the gap compared to Linné? Maybe two of the biggest favorites here.
I think they were.
Yeah,
they are
well,
the two biggest favorites.
together with Stora Tuna, of course.
But great, great finish here. Speeding through the finish as well. Making light work of that bend and round next to get his map and hand over to the next leg runner.
And Linné hasn't punched the last control yet.
No, still hasn't. So we'll hand over to Mathieu Perrin.
Now we have
French
the punch of Rasmus Andersson, exactly 1 minute behind Jussi Rasakan for Helsingin Suunnistajat.
He's just kept dropping time here. So 1 minute is the gap.
And Rasmus Andersson will send out Oskar Hagström to his third last leg. We're getting towards the end now, at least when we're talking about the number of legs.
Yeah, but now we have 3 of the longer ones. So it's almost like we have these 3 day legs and we have long nights, and we've had these 3 shorter legs, this one being much shorter as well, and then we pretty much double the leg distance, and then we have these 3 longer legs at the end.
We had, at the last control, he was 1 minute behind. It's changeover only 48 seconds. What happened there to Rasaka?
I don't know, because he was looking great. There's a handover.
I don't know, but it's fact that it was 48 seconds at the changeover or at the finish line. And next team we are waiting for
Storatuna.
is this one in the picture.
Can just about see the yellow there of Storatuna.
Ole Kalereds. Gap here was 2 minutes 20 at the last TV control. Now it's 2:27 at the last control.
It just shows the great run.
Now let's see if he also
Hasan
catches 12 seconds here on the last meters.
I mean, it just shows how great Jussi Rasikar was on this last section, I think. Super, super strong. This is the third place team, though. Wearing bib 301 shows they were defending champions last year.
That was actually also 6 seconds quicker compared to Rasikar here. But we also get the punch at the last control of Ravinen, Södertälje and NTNUI.
Yeah, they're all coming through here. This is Ravinen and this is Canton Roturier to hand over next in 4th place. Not too far behind 3rd either. Good run here. There's NTNUI in the green and then Södertälje Nickfarn in that dark blue with the yellow and white. They will go now find their maps and get ready to hand over. Ready for a long one next, a longer one in leg number 8 of 10. But if you're following this little progress bar that we have down the bottom, it's nicely well over halfway now, I'd say. And of course, a lot of these top teams will want to put their best runners, especially on legs 9 and 10. Their best runner generally on leg 10, next best runner on leg 9. Kind of all-round orienteer.
This is Malung approaching the last control very soon.
Yeah, Oscar Sandberg here. He is about 3 minutes down then on the leaders. Yeah, about 3:20 down. So we can now chat then to our leaders here at the finish from Helsinki Synästöjät, Jussi Rasikar. And a great run from you, ending up in the lead, really pulling some good kind of distance away from the others, especially at the end. How was your race? Tell us about it.
Yeah, I had a nice stable race. I started really hard at the beginning to try and catch Rasmus, and I managed to do so in the first forking. And after that we were together for a while, and then we had some different forkings, and I managed to get away from him and do some clean orienteering.
Actually, we didn't really see when you get away from him because he lost his GPS device. It was, I think you were still together at the second TV control, and then towards 12th control you made a difference. Is that right, or what happened there?
Yeah, I think before the second TV control we had different routes, and then we came together again at the second TV control, and then we parted ways again after that. But I'm not sure how he got behind me. I just focused on picking my own controls.
And you see, you have been proving this spring that you're in great shape. You have good results, and you're really on the way upwards. Why did you get such a short leg in your team? I have to ask you. We have been discussing that, and you looked so good on the track, and you had good speed. was it some discussions that you could take a longer one as well? I mean, we know that you have a very strong team, and obviously you're doing a great job so far. But
I think our team noticed that like this leg is really important because we need to make a good position for the 8th leg, and we need like a strong runner for the 7th leg who has done a lot of night orienteering, and I've been like really enjoying night orienteering this winter, so I think that was like the decision.
Yeah, and we have been enjoying to follow you here on this 7th leg. It was definitely a good decision because, as you mentioned, it's a decisive leg, and you made a difference here. So
yeah, well done, and thank you for chatting to us.
Yep.
Enjoy the rest of the relay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, fantastic to hear then from the new leaders, Jussi Rasika from Helsingin Synestheat. We will let him go then. And then we get ready to focus then on some of the next teams. We had Marlings in already.
yeah, next teams to come here should be Gemuko and Denzel.
And I'm going to get rid of my map number 7
Yeah.
and move on to map number 8 and my big pile of maps. This is a bigger one this time.
So here we have Måns Östman for Göteborg-Majorna, and behind him Hugo Persson, Denson. Teams here.
Not that far behind him, chasing here, Denzel then. Just for cutting ahead. This is for 8th. No, hang on. This is for, yeah, 8th place.
Yeah, great relay by Måns Östman here. He's really that kind of guy that disappears every now and then, not being at the... I mean, sometimes he's not training that much, and then he needs just a few weeks of training, and he's so good technically, and then he comes back, and he's one of these typical guy you can set on short and night leg, and he will perform every time. So very good to see. I mean, he's, if you compare him to the top guys here that's been, I mean, they're also on national level, they're performing really, really well. But put him on a relay and he is kind of overperforming. It's not a nice word, but overperforming.
No, but some
every
people
now
just
and
have better runs on a relay.
I think it's just that he technically is so good. So if you put him on a relay leg, then
leg,
he will do the job, and he won't miss.
Yeah.
Or of course he can miss, but usually he's good in these relays.
It's exactly the type of runner that you want, really. Someone who just gets the job done. They don't need to be on a leg like this, leg number 7. You don't need them to be the fastest. They don't need to have such a big, you know, stamina and control over that longer time. So it's great.
So next teams we are waiting for: Tyrving, Pan Kristianstad and Kåre. Remember that Pan Kristianstad and Kåre, just at the second TV control, they were still together with Göteborg-Majorna. They must have done a mistake here. Passed by Tyrving. And I think we're gonna switch focus very soon from those shorter legs towards the longer legs. We have had the runners out there for a while now. I can tell you that they have been punching control 2 already. On the way to control 3 now, Helsingin Synestheat and Ukko-Linné almost together. So Oskar Hagström actually able here to close that gap of 48 seconds, I think it was, at the changeover. And then behind, Ravinen and NTNUI and Södertälje, all three teams together, approaching the second control. Here we have the next team to come.
Panstad and Turving, I think, as well, close together. And possibly Okokora as well. No, maybe not quite yet. Oh, yeah. That's true, but
Yeah,
look,
but Turving has already been changing now.
Yeah, but and Okokora holding the light in the hand, so I don't know whether that was a failed like torch or failed head torch, or like sometimes the
you get a branch and then it slips off. And if it's in the very end, I mean, it was quite green and dense in the end, so then it's not worth to put it back. It'll take more time.
Yeah, especially when you don't really have to do much map reading anymore, then you can just take it in your hand. It's no problem at all. Although now he has to go and grab the next one. And these runners will go with a spare torch, won't they?
Yeah, I don't think your club is letting you out without any of it. Or at least every time I was running out, that's the thing, you double check. Your coaches double check if you have a compass and if you have a reserve lamp with you, because it's quite annoying if you're out there and something happens and you're not even able to read the map on the way. Actually, I have to say, I'm looking at the GPS here and I don't get Malung's route choice to... I don't understand it.
Have they been to control the previous control?
Oh, maybe. Okay, yeah.
Are they going?
Maybe
are they skipping a control?
No, but even then, I still. Yeah, they have been. Okay, that's a route. It's just. Okay, yeah, you can do that, but it's. I don't think many teams will do that.
I don't think many teams. It's quite extreme route choice.
Actually interesting. Maybe it's not losing very much time on it, but it looks extreme. Yeah, now I'm talking about route choices you can see in the picture. Not very nice. But you're probably only half sleeping anyway and not looking at the screen, so it's kind of a radio situation in here.
Yeah, I think it's a little radio situation. It's people keeping half awake. But I think because we're now in this next group of three legs that are very, you know, kind of more similar length, you can tell that they might have some parts which are quite similar. So I think we won't be able to show you any GPS for a while. Which you would kind of understand, I think.
But I mean, this one is an unforked leg, right? So probably we're going to see a bit of GPS at least.
Yeah, what kind of runner does this leg suit? Does it suit anyone in particular?
I mean, it's quite a long one. Usually it's quite spread out already at this part of the race, so no team will just take a chance and put someone. It's not the same profile as the long night, because then you really know that it will group up. It's not that spread out yet. Three quite short legs, day legs in the beginning.
Yeah.
Here we have the night legs, technical ones. Three of them, so many changes of runners. Usually very spread out, as we can see it today as well. So you put individually strong runners on this one if you have them in your team. No one will be waiting at the start point, I guess, at this point of the relay.
No, I think not unless you know there's a big group coming in, but that really isn't the case. Okay, Orion coming in here in 14th place. You can can actually see some of the wind catching those maps there, blowing through the arena. It's making it quite cold in here. But there is Orion handing over, showing the map to the next runner so they can double check it is the right one. Here's a runner here struggling to find their teammates. And some other runners here from previous legs coming into the changeover. Okay, so we are at a control then in the forest. Looks like we're approaching this first TV split on this leg number 8 at the 3 kilometer mark. This leg, by the way, 11.8 kilometers, 415 meters of climb, an expected winning time of 69 minutes. No forking at all. And the last of the proper night legs before we get
and
just
here we have
dawn.
the first runners to come, and it is Mathieu Perrin, Helsingin Sunisnäet, but he is together with Oskar Hagström for OK Linné. And these two teams are in the lead right now. They're in a more dense area, as you can see in the picture.
Yeah, so this means Oskar Hagström has caught back up
in the
48
beginning.
seconds in the beginning here, but they still had a minute and a half gap back to the rest of the field already at the exchange. So we'll see if that's been able to grow at all. Damperin Printo coming into punch there into 15th place. They have got a special top in tribute to their teammate Pascal Butz, who died in a skiing accident over the winter. So they put a lovely tribute up on their social media as kind of, I guess, a part of their team announcement, but it was all of the athletes sharing their memories of running with Pascal. So he will be in their thoughts as they go around the races today. It's a lovely touch, a lovely tribute to their team member. So that was into 15th spot. So we've had 2 runners then through this position. We wait for the next ones. And they are on the approach. So you can see they've been coming up to 2 minutes now. And now you can see
forest lighting up there.
Yeah.
Still a few seconds to go for them. It's quite a tricky area here.
How the lights just kind of scanning, panning the forest. You can see as well, I mean, even in this lack of light, you can see how dense it is. And actually, you could make a mistake very, very easily. Does this look like a mistake here?
It's too early.
It is too early to say.
I don't think so. It looks quite good, actually.
Just
a bit too high up.
By very much.
No,
Right,
this
so
could be the beginning of a mistake. They're a little bit too far to the east.
So they've got the distance right.
Yeah,
They have
but
just
I think
stopped. They're only.
No, they're running
like
away
10
from
meters.
the control. It's a good sign that there's no light around the camera operator, at least.
But the controls
And now they're
are
heading
lit
more
up.
towards the east. Now they should see a few stones. Could help them to turn back. I think they changed direction again. Heading towards the control, but still a little bit high up in the slope. Now I think they will be able to see the controllers. They're not really. The thing is that they never turn their headlamps towards the control, so they're not expecting the control to be down here.
And they're on the edge
So now,
of the
first
white
time
and the
you can
green.
see for the first time you
There
have
we
the
go.
lights in our faces. So here they are, NTNUI.
So close to this.
Ravinen first, then
Yeah, it
NTNUI,
was.
Stora Tuna, and Södertälje.
But this is 4
It's
runners
about a
together,
minute
though.
mistake now. But they have a big gap down to Malung. And then behind Malung, it's about 1.5 minutes down to Densen and Gemuko.
Okay, so now we can
But
see
now we have to wait
a
another
replay
5
of
minutes.
the first section
So
of this 8th leg.
different route choices here to this first control.
And so if we remember, it was a 48-second gap. And obviously, now we've seen them these
Still
two
about
teams back
48
together.
seconds here.
Yeah, this is a 1-minute tail, so the gap not really
Probably
made
the
up here.
exit here not perfect. Smoother to go around like this, like Oskar Hagström. Still a bit more than half a minute. Staying higher up the slope here.
This is good
I think this is where he's losing time, Mathieu Perrin. Going a bit far to the south.
Then taking that, yeah, just taking more
Smoother,
climb.
yeah, smoother route here by Hagström.
Yeah, so Perrin staying on the straightest great
From
route.
here they've
but
been together
yeah.
more or less.
That
And
just shows you the
this was the route choice I was talking about.
Yeah,
when I just saw Malung here going this direction. I thought they would be coming from the start and heading into a wrong direction.
But no, not at all.
So this is the section where we have been in earlier
Number
on the first
5
legs.
was that TV control.
Small mistake here, but yeah, I don't know if you want to call it like this. Then very good control taking in this difficult part by the leading teams. It's slightly bigger problems for teams behind. You can see every now and then there's a small turn, a bit of extra distance they're taking. Then the leading teams heading out to the street, running around, relax a little bit mentally. This is the mistake now. They're just very close to the control.
But Linné sees it first. Oskar Hagström, I think, sees it
Then
first. But
different
they're still
exit.
very...
They climb up again and then go back. Might be another 10 seconds here. Just the exit of the control. Actually, yeah, you can see a mistake there, but second team of Linné is around the end of the tail there of Malung. We also have Denzel and the Gemuko, not in the graphics here. But a mistake by Linné's second team. I don't really know what... I mean, he was on the path. So I try to get what they are thinking or he is thinking when he's following the path for such a long time. Maybe he thought that he would got on it further to the north and then had a wrong feeling for the distance.
But then to relocate, I guess you've got, it maybe gets a little bit greener down there. You can kind of use that.
Interesting.
Although
now,
actually you get to a feld area.
Well.
That's what he will have relocated on.
interesting now as well. Maybe a bit more safe there by Denzel, getting the crack towards the control. Here we are together with Ravinen and Södertälje.
Yep, heading off the track into the terrain on their way to the 7th control.
And Tenui is just behind as well.
Yep, so there's like, it's a group of 4, I think, in there with should have Storatuna in there as well. And yeah, a reminder, this leg has no forkings, no gaffles, so it's just a straight race here. They know they will all be going to the same controls. So fairly straightforward. So waiting again here, I think this is the 5th control.
Yeah, it
we
is.
saw in the picture. We should have some more teams on their way, but maybe also making mistakes.
Yeah, no, it's really on the edge for Gemuko. At control 4.
And
Don't
Malung.
think he's got the control yet. Malung is about to make a small mistake approaching this control in the picture. But
there he is. Oh, no,
they're together with Denzel now. Denzel was together with the Gemuko though. Gemuko just punched the control before now. So a little bit of time loss for Mayona approaching the control, then small mistake as well, close to the control.
in the top left picture chasing that group of 4 from 2nd down to 6th. Sorry, from 3rd down to 6th. There we go. What time is it? The answer.
So here we have Göteborg Majorna,
Nearly 3 o'clock in the morning.
9 minutes 8 seconds behind, so he lost about a minute to control 4 and 5. Elia Rehn had to jump in last second for Victor Rundby. He had a cold. And this is further part of the course. We've seen the map until control 6. See that Linné and Helsingin soon is there now with big leads. The tail is 1 minute. It's at least 4 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, it's interesting
Right now.
here that they're going north of this lake. It's a very good option to go another way as well, but maybe they think they've got a
But
better
I mean, you
route
get a
into the
lot
control.
of running on pass if you go there.
Yeah, but so do you if you go the other way as well. I think. You can cut
would you
through and
go-
then you're on the big track, and then you can either go through the little gap in the lake, or you go more on the big track round to the bottom.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say it's much easier to execute where they are now.
Yeah. It's a good route then into the control itself, I think, too. Coming from the west.
Well, I mean, approaching the control, either way you come from, you have to go about at least 100 meters into the terrain from a path. So I don't really think that it matters so much if you come from the northern bit or from the south.
Okay.
Next
waiting for
teams
the
to
next
come.
Control number
Should
5.
be Linné's second team.
Yep, here he is. This team doing really well. Fantastic job to have a second team in that top 10. Okay, then back to this long route choice from 7 to 8. And the group of Entenui, Södertälje, Ravinen and Doratuna, which you can't see on that group there, they are on top of a path, hence the little wiggle round, and ending up going the same way, I think, as the...
Are they wiggling again?
Yeah, they're wiggling. They're not huddled. They've huddled together on the path together.
They huddle together. Is
Yeah.
it when they get together?
Yeah, it's more like huddling together. It's like kind of generally standing together.
What about wiggling? It doesn't sound so like good execution if you're wiggling. In my opinion, it's like not going really straight. Yeah, a bit
exactly.
curvy.
But they're on a path, so that's fine. We'll let them off.
So then it's okay to wiggle on a path.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously.
That's another thing I learned now. It's not only the colors of the GPS
the
points
GPS
here.
names they are correspond to the colours
It's
of their
also
kit.
that it's okay to wiggle on a path.
Yep. This is the kind of coaching insight I give to all the juniors that I coach. Yeah. I know you're about to say all these British juniors that I coach, they're going to be next stars of orienteering.
Yeah, if they wiggle on the path. We just got the information that within 3 minutes we will change from block 2 of the broadcast to block 3. So if the broadcast stops for you, just go back and open part 3 of the relay of the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe you have to be say it again because people are half sleepy. So if the broadcast stops for you, just go and open the block 3 of the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you want to be watching dots on a map for next.
And
many,
I mean,
many
it's not only that. You can learn a lot following this broadcast. Everyone takes something with her or with him.
Yep. And for you, it is the fact that the colours of the GPS dots here corresponds to the colours of the.
And it's going to be the next feature of the IOF Web TV page, that you can actually print out the diploma after it as well, that you learn something in the broadcast. That's a feature you get if you book the VIP pass.
Oh, okay. Now I learned something new.
What was the thing you learned?
That.
Okay.
Yeah, it's approaching 3 o'clock in the morning, and normally we get like a new lease of life when the sun comes up. So the sun is
But there's no sun.
There's
here.
no sun here for a good hour or so. I think maybe in